Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to tonight's licensing panel. I'm Councillor Dan Bowring. Having been duly elected by my peers, I will be chairing tonight's meeting. I'm Councillor in Sarn and Brentford Lock. Just invite my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, my name is Councillor Farner Rahman from Houser Heathwood.
Councillor Gabriella Giles from Chiswick Ribside.
I'm having to start the meeting with what I appreciate will be slightly frustrating news, is we are going to have to adjourn the meeting this evening for a short period of time as we are waiting for our legal advisor who has been delayed. We're hoping he'll be here about 6:10, 6:15. So I understand that is frustrating, but this is obviously a matter with quite a particular interest. It's quite an important licensing panel, so it's very important that we get that right, and it's very important that we have the appropriate legal advice. So that means we are going to adjourn the meeting at this point, and hopefully at about 6:10, 6:15, we should be able to restart. Thank you. Hello, I'd like to welcome you back to this meeting and thank you for your patience. I'd like to welcome members of the panel who are sitting today, as well as council officers who will be assisting members throughout the meeting. In addition, I'd like to welcome the members of the public who are attending the meeting. The way this meeting will work will be that as chair, I will be running the meeting and inviting people to speak. I will ask each member or officer to speak in turn at the appropriate stage. This will mean that there should normally be no need for people to interrupt or ask to speak. However, I will make sure that members have ample opportunity to ask questions and make comments on the reports and applications before them. The exception to this arrangement will be the legal or licensing officers who may alert me to any legal, governance or planning issues that need addressing, although I'd expect this to be a rare occurrence. We have 3 members of the licensing committee with us today to form this licensing panel, and it is we who will be making the decisions. Officers of the council will provide assistance and advice as required, but the final decision will be made by members. This application for review includes topics which are not related to licensing matters within this licensing panel's remit, and therefore the panel will only consider matters relating to the Licensing Act and the 4 licensing objectives. Matters raised outside of this scope will not be considered as part of the review and will not be discussed at the hearing or considered by the panel when making its decision. An example of this is planning law, where there are many areas of overlap, but there is different legislation governing both areas and different enforcement regimes. Furthermore, the statutory guidance makes it clear that conditions on a premises license should not duplicate other statutory requirements. The panel wishes to make it clear that it is not making any judgment about the merits or lack thereof of any of the other matters that the applicant has included in its application, just that these are issues that need to be put before other departments within the council or other organisations generally, which have to consider the same within their own remit and powers. If the applicant wishes to raise any of those matters before the relevant body or bodies, they are free to do so, but this licensing panel can only deal with matters within its remit. Furthermore, it is not up to this licensing panel or the licensing authority to bring a licensing review on behalf of another party or to forward any non-licensing issues to other organisations or teams for their consideration. Any such matters need to be brought by an applicant to the relevant party's attention through the correct procedure and providing whatever evidence or material they are required to provide. Furthermore, as the licence holder will be aware, it is their responsibility to ensure they are acting in compliance with any and all applicable laws and regulations, regardless of any rights or conditions given in a premises licence. We introduced ourselves as the panel beforehand. I'll now invite each officer who is expected to speak at the meeting to invite themselves in turn. So I invite officers to introduce themselves, please.
So, Andrew Devine, Regulatory Manager for Community Standards.
Jeremy Phillips, King's Counsel, advising the panel. Jeremy Phillips of King's Counsel, advising the panel.
Belgium Verdi, HP Public Law, Legal Advisor.
Members of the public are reminded that the agenda and all the reports being considered by the panel today can be found on the council website under the licensing panel meetings page. So if you want to see them, that's where to look. I'll also want to make sure that all members have seen the agenda and reports. Please now speak if you have not had them and seen them, had time to digest them. I'd like to remind members of the need to hear all the evidence in each report we are considering tonight. This is a legal requirement. Finally, I would say to any member of the public attending, thank you for joining us this evening. We now move on to the first item of the agenda. We now move to the licensing application for decision at this meeting. This evening's application is an application for a review of the premises license held for Gunnersbury Park. Where we need to time contributions, I will ask the legal officer to alert me to when allocated timings have been reached. I will also ask him to alert me prior to the guillotine being reached if we have not concluding the meeting by that time. The process for an application with speakers is as follows. But before we do that, just any declarations of interest on this?
So I think, like other members of the panel, we've received various emails regarding this application. I received legal advice and replied to some of them, not all of them, saying that we wouldn't be taking into consideration anything that wouldn't be part of the formal pack. It's also worth noting that at the Chiswick Area Forum, there was a meeting where the police stated that there was some issues with staffing due to events at the festival. That's all part of the public record. I declared my interest there. It's also worth noting that I live within an area that is impacted by the noise, and that I also do have tickets to attend an event in September.
I can also confirm that I've received numerous emails for this committee.
Likewise, I've received a lot of emails, but I haven't responded to them. So the process for an application with speakers is as follows. Stage 1 is the officer introduction and confirmation of facts. Officers to give their presentation on the application. The applicant will then be asked if they agree with the circumstances described in the officer's report. Then it's the applicant's case. I will then invite the applicants to speak for 5 minutes in total. There will then be questions of the applicants. In the interests of time, I'm going to allow verbal questions from members of the panel. Other parties who have a right to speak, if they have a question, that needs to be submitted in writing to me, the chair. That's in the interests of time. It's also to avoid duplication. There's pen and paper there. If you wish to submit a written question, write it down and it'll find its way to me. Stage 3 is the license holder's case. Then we will ask the license holder to present their case, explain their submissions, and they will have 5 minutes in total overall. There will then be questions of the applicants following the same process outlined. Stage 4, a police licensing authority and other body case. Once we have the agreed facts, we then invite any representatives from the licensing authority, the police, or other responsible authority to speak about any submission for or against the application they have made if they've chosen to submit a statement. I should add that any officer representing the licensing authority at this stage will not be the ones supporting the panel, as this is kept entirely separate to ensure fairness. There will then be questions as described. Stage 5, other persons, including objectors and supporters case. Next, we ask the other persons to explain their submissions, and everyone will be given the chance. They will be given the chance to speak, and questions will follow in the same manner. Now, we have a large number of other persons wishing to speak, which I will allow. This is very, very important. I think what I would ask of those other persons, which is mainly the residents, please try to avoid duplication. If someone has already clearly made a point that you were going to make, please, you can say, I agree with that point, but please don't run us through it again, because we've got a lot of speakers, then questions can add time onto that. So just asking people to be as succinct as they can. Please don't repeat any points already made. We take the points on their merit. So you saying the same thing doesn't make it stronger. But you feel free to briefly say, I agree with what that person said. The panel has already seen all the representation, and if all parties want to speak, then this meeting may easily run on late into the night, and we want to avoid that. Stage 6 is summing up. I will then ask the applicant and the license holder to sum up their positions, with the applicants being entitled to the last word with their summing up being to take place. The panel will then thank everyone for attending and inform us that the decision will be provided in 5 working days. We therefore now begin the formal hearing on this case. I will start by inviting the licensing officer to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Members are requested to consider this report in respect of a review application submitted under Section 51 of the Licensing Act, the Act, by Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate Residents Association in relation to Gunnersbury Park, Popes Lane, London, W38LQ, licence number H01288. The review has been submitted following grounds to believe the licence holder has failed to meet the licensing objectives of prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and protection of children from harm. Section 52 of the Licensing Act 2003 requires the licensing authority to have regard to the application for review and any other valid representations, and may take such steps as listed below that consider necessary to promote the four licensing objectives. These are to modify the conditions of the license and/or to exclude any licensable activity from the scope of the license, to remove the designated premises supervisor, to suspend the license for a period not exceeding 3 months, to revoke the license, or to refuse the application for review entirely. An application under Section 51 of the Licensing Act to review the existing premises license in respect of Gunnersbury Park has been submitted by Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate Residents Association and is based on all four licensing objectives. The application refers to incidents and concerns surrounding the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and protection of children from harm. The application has been attached as Appendix A. The current holder of the premises license is Gunnersbury Estate 2026 CIC, and the designated premises supervisor is Victoria Hazel. The premises license number, as stated before, is H01288 and has been attached as Appendix B. 105 representations have been received from interested parties and one ward councillor in support of the review application, which are attached as Appendix C. 19 representations have been received in support of the premises licence, were attached as Appendix D. Statements have been received by the Metropolitan Police, Environmental Health, and the Licensing Enforcement Team, which are attached as Appendix E.
Thank you. I now ask the applicant if they agree the circumstances as described by officers. And just to clarify, this is not yet the time for them to put their case. It's just to get confirmation of the facts at this stage. You're the applicant. So just to confirm, do you agree with the circumstances described? If you could, just as this is being live streamed, if you press the button.
Just one inaccurate number. It's 17 representations in support. 2 have been placed in the wrong pile. And we have already advised on this.
Okay, sorry. Can you just confirm, do you agree with the circumstance described with the officer on what we're hearing tonight?
Other than that, yes.
We now move to the submissions from the applicants. May I ask them to state their name and address, give their reason for their application, and remind you that you can only speak for a total of 5 minutes, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Do you have the presentation ready, though? Or yes.
We're just discussing amongst ourselves. Just hold on. Round of applause for Gary, who's our AV support, I think. Okay, you have 5 minutes and your time will start when you begin speaking.
Right, good evening, councillors. My name is Pete Bainbridge. I'm chair of the Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate Residents Association. Try saying that. And this is my fellow committee member, CC Donovan. And we're here representing the Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate. I think we want to discuss a number of things, but we are not here to council eliminate, get rid of any events, all the events. We're here to reduce the scale and make them safe and fair for everybody. This review goes directly to the 4 licensing objectives. So the first one we're looking at is around sort of crime, disorder, and public safety. Can I move to, is that the right slide?
Next slide, please.
Yeah, next slide. So there's clear evidence of drug use, dealing, antisocial behaviour, burglary, unmanaged dispersal in the surrounding streets around the park. As you can see from the photos, these are just an example of some of what the neighbourhood has. The impact of these is not stopped at the park boundary. The impact of this goes right the way through, particularly our area, which is why I'm representing us, and they affect several of other neighbours who I see in the crowd tonight as well. So I'll go on to the next slide, please. In terms of public nuisance, residents experience sustained noise, intrusive bass vibration, and loss of access to their park, as well as loss of access to all sorts of amenities. These are the shops by the top of our road. There's numerous bikes get dumped everywhere, all as a result of the particular events that are part and parcel of this license. Next slide, please. Protection of children. Children are exposed to unsafe noise levels and loss of access to safe playgrounds, sports fields and facilities within the park as well. For example, one event used the playground as a VIP entrance for it. So that was, instead of children playing in the playground, they had a VIP entrance put in instead. Next slide, please. There are schools on both sides of the park, with some events actually taking place during term time, disturbing schools. Is that the right slide for now? Yeah, thank you. Homes are often shaken by the bass. Women feel unsafe walking home, families dealing with extreme noise and sustained harm as a result. Complaints have gone up considerably. There are, I think, 620 complaints. Yeah, next slide, please. So what are we asking for? We are asking for a reduction in the sound to 65 decibels, capped at 65 decibels. We're asking for fewer event days. I noticed the supplementary report that came a couple of days ago actually asked for more. I have a point of order on that one. There are several areas in that report which are out of scope of the license agreements, the 4 key areas. So I wanted to understand how that has been allowed to remain as part of the record, whereas our own report was redacted quite extensively. So I do have a query around that. I don't know if that's something that can be addressed when I finish. We want independent real-time noise monitoring. That's preferably by the council or an independent. That noise monitoring needs to be outside of the park, in the areas where people actually live, not just on the park boundaries, but in other areas. There are numerous cases of sound being doubled due to reflecting off Chiswick Business Park, for example. So there are pockets of areas certainly within our estate, where the volume is significantly louder, simply on the grounds that you receive it twice. It's very, very confusing getting the same concert half a second apart. Policing and stewarding outside the park. The areas that we actually live in are
30 seconds.
Pretty much free of any sort of policing. So we'd like to increase the policing requirements, reduce the fencing, and review the licence after this summer's events to ensure that it's still fit for purpose, as well as protecting wildlife and environment.
Thank you. That's your time up. I'll remind anyone who has a right to speak, if you want to submit a question to me, please do so in writing. The pen and paper is there. If you have a question for the applicants, in writing to me, and I'll ask it. But first, we come to questions from councillors. Go geographically, alphabetically. Councillor Giles, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry, it's just disappeared off the screen. You have supplied us with a huge amount of information. Not all of it is relevant to this application and not within the remit of us, of our decision making today. Is there a reason why you provided so much and often in multiple formats?
We believe it provides valuable context to understanding the overall situation. Now, again, to go back to what Pete earlier said, while a lot of the information was excluded from our submission, there was a late submission a couple of days ago from the CIC that doesn't seem to have had the same exclusions applied. So we believe if it's, hopefully, if you're excluding it for us, you will be excluding it for them as well.
So, yeah, I just want to clarify that, because this is the information we provided.
I'll just speak to that. So what happened is the legal department, they didn't exclude any information. They highlighted the information that they thought was most pertinent to the licensing objectives, which in this case would be your strongest evidence. So I think they did you a favour that. But suffice to say, members of the panel will look at all submissions, listen to all the arguments, and anything that is not relevant to the 4 licensing objectives, we will exclude. I can tell you I read your submission, took quite a while. That's okay. You know, what we need to do when we look at that is actually hone in on what are the arguments that are relevant to the 4 licensing objectives and focus on that. So I suggest it was actually a positive thing and nothing was excluded. I read the whole thing.
Right.
Well done.
I think that goes for all 3 of us, to be honest. So you basically said it was for context rather than to reinforce any argument.
Exactly. I mean, we believe that giving you context around that is helpful, if nothing else. So. Looking at you've asked for a review. So within the license and the current license, is there anything that has been a breach of license from your perspective at the moment? From our perspective, the license cannot currently be breached. That's why there was 600 complaints just last year alone, and there hasn't been anything actually done because of them.
So you just clarify, did you say it cannot be breached?
We don't believe so, because there's been multiple complaints and there has been no enforcement action taken. Therefore, it is quite high in its current state.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're saying you think the thresholds given within the license means all complaints don't breach that. Therefore, you're saying that the threshold of the license is too high.
Exactly, that's what we're saying. That's why we've provided, although that has been not highlighted, alternative licenses from multiple other parks. And what they have said, I know that the table with the comparison has actually been highlighted, and it shows you what other parks currently allow. And we're not asking, as we said, to shut anything down. We're asking just to bring it back in line with what everyone else is doing, so it doesn't create so much complaints and so many issues.
And just to remind everyone who has the right to speak, which includes the license holder, if you wish to ask a question of the applicants, I'm going to need that in writing now. If you don't wish to ask a question, that's fine. Sorry, please go on, Councillor Giles.
Thank you. So just to go on to that point about licenses for other parks, you've said that you included it for comparison, but what conditions have been included in the other licenses that you feel should or have been missed by the current license?
The main one is that, for example, Hyde Park has a 65 decibel from a specific sensitive locations such as schools, playgrounds, graveyards, mental institutions, hospitals. We believe that that one, which is also advised by the POP code at 65 decibel for parks, is a brilliant condition that would solve pretty much most of the issues we're currently having and the multiple complaints coming in. Another issue is that the current license is quite broad. So what that means is you've given a license for multiple events. Many of the other parks do a license per event. Now, we're not saying that that necessarily is the way to go, but at least if the events were less from the largest and special events, that would mean a lot less disruption, if that makes sense.
You included 2 versions of the license. Why was this? There was a license issued in 2022 and another one with 16th of December 2025.
Whatever we've been given by the council has been included in the package, basically. So we've done multiple FOIA requests, and whatever they've given us, we've given it for context and for full cover.
So in your perspective, neither of those 2 licenses have any variation on each other?
Well, they both currently are at 75 decibel.
But there's no difference between the 2 documents?
Not really in terms of noise or number of events.
Okay. You've asked for fewer days as a result of this. How many would be ideal?
Well, we leave this to the people of licensing to advise, but what we have seen from the framework introduced by Mr. Maunders is he seems to be asking for more events currently at 24, whereas currently you have 18 special and large events. So we certainly do not want 24 where it was currently 18. We would be asking for less than that, whatever you deem is achievable.
So you're referring to Appendix F, that was a revised proposal provided by the solicitors of the license holder?
Yes, and the submission by Mr. Maunders from the licensing authority, because it appears that there was a discussion, I would say in October, something like that, correct me if I'm wrong, where this framework has been agreed, but this was only shown to us 2 weeks ago. So we weren't aware that they were asking for 88 decibel bus for 8 events, for example. Currently, from what we understand, and again, correct us if wrong, there is no decibel limit in the license. So that would make the biggest issue, the bus, legal, I guess.
So just to clarify, you say there's no decibel limit in the
For
license?
For bus.
To the base,
Yeah.
okay. No, so just to go back to sound limits, the current license states that it's 75 decibels for a 15-minute period. What would be your request for timing if we were to lower decibel limits or keep them the same, or what otherwise?
I mean, ideally, a set, having been a DJ a long time ago, ideally one song or a set is 5 to 10 minutes. So 15 minutes is quite long for something to be continuously at 1 decibel level. Although we acknowledge that other parks still use the 15-minute limit. So that might not be such an issue as much as the actual decibel level and the bus decibel level.
And what base decibel level would you want on that?
Again, not 88 decibel. Anything lower than that would be helpful. That would be something for the experts within licensing to advise.
Okay. I have a few more questions, but I will. Yeah. Okay. You've complained about the toilets not being cleaned. Could you advise what the impact of that is at the moment?
This mostly is an issue for people on Pope's Lane and Lionel Road and any users in the park. Most of the toilets are correctly placed at exits. However, they're not regularly cleaned, which means especially during August and July, when it's the hottest times, the stench is something special. So if they can be attended more often, that would help, especially the households that are directly behind those toilets on Pope's Lane.
Yeah. And could you define what regularly means?
Again, it wouldn't be for me to advise what that is. Just remove the stench, I think, is a normal ask.
So basically, is it days? Is it hours? Is it weeks? This is what I would like to understand.
I would suggest you need to clean in the height of summer those sort of portaloos hourly. I've attended festivals before where, yes, you need them cleaned regularly because in the height of August things get ripe.
Yeah.
And obviously, a lot of your complaints or your application, I should say, rather than complaints, alludes to waste. What is the impact of this waste on your neighbourhood?
Well, as you can see from the pictures, it's not immediately removed. Sometimes it stays overnight. While we acknowledge the CAC does a good job at cleaning around the area of the park itself, or usually a few hours after the fact, when it comes to our homes, when it comes to our gardens, there's no one going around cleaning in that area. So all the streets around where people, let's be honest, alcohol is expensive. We understand why people would prefer to drink before they go into the event. But when they're using our gardens as garbage bins, etc., it just gets a little bit too much sometimes.
And within your application, you referred to meaningful, better enforcement. What does this look like to you, and which areas would you like enforcement around?
Specifically, if it is possible, to not have paid for by the CIC sound consultants or paid for by the actual promoter sound consultants. We don't believe they have any incentive to essentially report any breaches simply because they're paid for by the person who they will be reporting. We would very much like to see the council actually do most of the sound monitoring and therefore enforcement around the outskirts of the actual park. So that would be very helpful if we can see the council doing more rather than paid for subcontractors.
And so again, when it goes to like what areas, so is it just noise or is it other aspects of enforcement that you would like to see?
Crime in specific, we would very much like police presence. We've had drug dealing in front of the schools, in front of our houses. It's just not a pleasant environment and it creates multiple issues. So if there was more police around the area, that would be helpful. If there was more stewards, more signage, that would be helpful. We've been promised stewards and signage multiple times. Not all events are equal, I must say. Some events do better than others, but it still fails. So we have crowds coming through and doing whatever they want to do, often enough.
I mean, ultimately, speaking for our Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate, there is actually no need to walk through it as a participant in the park at all. All the entrances are on the North Circular or Post Lane. There is actually no need to go through, but inevitably people do. And because of the nature of the roads that are there, that's when particular issues such as we talk about crime, drug dealing, drug taking occur. And that's what's one of the sort of primary concerns, I think, that we want to make sure that we're not just left on our own, which is how most residents feel at the moment.
Yeah. So to that point, have you asked the council, and I know this is not entirely within the remit of licensing, but have you asked the council to create signage and diversion routes to say there's no through access to Chiswick or Gunnersbury Park through the Gunnersbury Park estate, and that there may be other routes available to them?
So they have tried this in the past. I think that one of the very first events was Love Box, where resident permits were issued and basically the roads were blocked off and only residents could get in. The issue with that is that then residents couldn't get in. I personally experienced this. I had a baby at the time, drove away for the weekend. On the way back, I was unable to get into my own road because of tens of thousands of people there. And to be fair, the police intervened and allowed me to pass through, but it meant stopping both sides of the North Circular with police vans, and it was quite a big thing. Thankfully, to be fair, we've not had that sort of catastrophe since, but it's an example of how you've got to get it right. You can't close the roads to everybody because people drive there and live there. but we do want to make sure that there's some sort of crowd management of people within the area to make sure that those that are able to use, are living there, are able to get there, but those that don't need to, don't.
And do you not feel that the current event management plan manages crowds in a sufficient way?
Short answer is no. I think the example I give is, we'd have one person on the road, whilst there's thousands of people walking to the park. It's not fair on him to expect him to stop everybody coming through. The signage, again, as Cece said, it varies from event to event. So there's a sort of lack of consistency as well in how these are applied. That some events actually are managed better, that people do go straight to the event. But there's simple things like, telling people that there are toilets near the entrance of the park, because otherwise, generally what happens is they sneak into our little corner of West London and use front gardens. So it's that's what we're trying to, or asking to have put in place to mitigate that sort of behaviour.
Okay. And is it predominantly people, or is it vehicles as well?
Predominantly people. There are some people who try and park there. There are parking restrictions, so that makes it a bit more difficult for them. But the number of parked cars does increase. So it depends on the time of day for the event as well, because of the strict planning restrictions, parking restrictions that are there.
Great. And then obviously you've brought this application for review before us. Why now?
I think there have been events in the park for 7 or 8 years now. They have ramped up and they've been increasing in number. And I think, to be clear, that's probably the chief concern, is the sheer volume and number and scale of these. There's one of the key reasons we also brought it up is that they're separate to this, and I know this is not for this panel, but there's a planning application being put in for 10 years worth of events. And to be honest, there's been quite a lot of people who said, that's extraordinary. Why do you need 10 years of planning? Because that's there's no precedent for that. So the feeling is that we need, if we're going to be looking at planning permission for 10 years, we need to make sure that the licensing is in place and is fair and safe and works for residents prior to any 10-year application for planning.
Okay. And then just go back to event days. You didn't really answer how many days you would want, but would that also include setup and dismantling?
So one of the key things we talk about is the difference between event days and setup. So the setup is actually 2 or 3 times the amount of time compared to the concerts themselves. There's different issues with that, mostly around accessibility of the park and the noise of lorries and safety concerns. There's no music playing apart from on sound tests. So that's mostly about it. But in terms of the actual number of days of the events are on, it's a bit unclear what the licensee wants in terms of that, because the definition for a large event has changed, the definition for a medium event has changed, and definition of a small event has changed, increasing the numbers on all of those. So the number of days that events are going to be on, they want to increase, whereas we want to decrease. You ask quite rightly what number is a set number. It depends who you ask in some ways. There are people who say none, which I think would be unfair on the park. But I'd say half of what they are now would be something we'd aim for.
And would that be limiting the size of those events as well? Obviously, the new Appendix F refers to a variety of different events for different size groups.
Yes, the current events allow up to 32,000 people. Now that floods the area. That means buses, tube, everything is completely flooded. We see in the new proposed framework that the special events have gone up from 4 to 8, and they seem to want 10,000 plus. So there is not an upper limit. Now we completely disagree with that because 30,000 people is already too much and the area is struggling. So we would say that needs to be definitely a cap and needs to be less than that.
Okay. And are you happy with the current hours of operation within the license? Saying this is a review, we are entitled to review and all aspects of what we've got in front of us.
I think people would ideally like things to finish earlier. I believe it's 10:30. I think if I get that right.
It slightly
It varies,
differs depending which day of the week, but it's around the 10 o'clock.
Yeah. The reason for that is that there are lots of young families on the estate, me included, trying to get them to sleep when the party's pumping across the road is always a challenge. But also I think it would allow people to get home better. So during the week, more transport available, tubes start going down, that sort of thing.
If I can gently say, just in the interest of time, if you can focus on the answer to the question, it is helpful context, but we've got a lot more speakers to get through. So if we can be a little bit more succinct in our answers, do you feel that's a fair request?
That's fine.
I think that's the extent of my questions now. So yeah.
Well,
I'm sure I could probably have some more, but I think I'll cede the floor at the moment.
My request has been foiled because following your comprehensive submission and then a comprehensive questions from Councillor Giles, I don't have any further questions. Councillor Rahman. Thank you very much. We now move to the submissions from the licence holder. I ask them to state their name and address, give their reasons for their response to the application, and remind that you can speak for a total of 5 minutes and your time starts when you start speaking.
So my name's Matthew Phipps from TLT Solicitors, which is 1 Redcliffe Street in Bristol, or Gresham Street in London if you prefer. So I have produced some submissions, which I'm grateful to you for indicating that you've seen. And what I'd like to do is just canter you through those. I appreciate you've read them. I'm not going to be reading them out, but there's a number.
If you move the mic closer to your... Speak directly into the mic.
I've paused your time.
How's that?
Great, let's continue.
So I'll presume to start again. My name's Matthew Phipps. I'm from TLT Solicitors, and I'm acting on behalf of the licence holder this evening. What I propose to do is canter you through our written submissions, which are documents I appreciate you have read, but I'd like to take you to those and then to raise some of the points that have been raised by the applicant. So the first point was just about relevance when you introduced the matter. I'm presuming from that the articulation of relevance as regards covered in orange or circled in red remains. If that's not the case, it'd be helpful to know that, as I'm only proposing to address you on those points. In terms of, I'll jump into the responsible authorities, if I may. I do ask you to consider carefully the responsible authority representations. You'll be familiar with the guidance and the policy, particularly paragraph 912 about expertise. You have the police who say events are very well run. They also go on to say that hereafter, as informed by colleagues work in neighbourhood policing team, there will be deployments to other events, which appears to attend specifically to one of the applicant's requests. I understand the officer has not attended this evening, which may say something about the anxieties that the Metropolitan Police have about the operation and the licence holder. The environmental health officer is here. He will no doubt speak, but the phrase "the limits have been assiduously maintained" is contained within his representation, as is the phrase "continual improvement and refinement," as is the phrase "independent noise consultants" when referring to our own consultant. And I don't accept the suggestion that there is some appetite to bend the figures to our will because we are being paid, which is the clear suggestion. And then there's additional monitoring locations. And of course, monitoring locations is an ongoing discussion with the environmental health officer with whom we have engaged. The licensing authority themselves say there are very few issues, and that is specifically set out in their representation. And they say they welcome a variation application. That is because there was long discussions between the license holder and the officers, quite properly in line with the national guidance, as to a variation to update the conditions on the face of the license, which was of course superseded by the receipt of the review application. And so that application did not proceed. It would have been improper for a variation application to follow once the review was in train. The idea that there's anything improper with us speaking to the responsible authorities, I'm afraid I simply don't accept. It would be improper if we were not speaking to the officers in circumstances where there's discussions about a variation. And the Safety Advisory Group is touched on both in your policy and in the submissions. I do make the point there is a significant secondary lockstep here. The Safety Advisory Group is comprised of more than just the responsible authorities, blue light services and so forth, who are monitoring, supervising and considering all of our plans, proposals, effectively the event safety management plan throughout. In terms of sound management, there is a report from RBA and there is a report from Electric Star. And I'm afraid I really have to ask you to, when you come to retire, to just look carefully at the executive summary. There's a misunderstanding of fundamental acoustic principles. The report says that there's a misrepresentation of existing management practices. It incorrectly interprets the application compared to parks, and the demands are inappropriate and unnecessary and don't go to promotion of the objectives. And Electric Star, in simple terms, say 75 is a norm if indeed we are comparing other similar parks. We don't propose 75. 75 for the A weighted is contained on the license, as the councillor identified. We're proposing that that's changed, and that's set out in our conditions document, as you will see, over the course of a number of days. Management of the external space, we recognise the importance of that. We are not avoiding our responsibilities there. We do remind you of the guidance about these matters being a matter of personal responsibility, in paragraph 2.26 will no doubt be drawn to your attention in due course. But an open dialogue with residents, we're fully engaged with that with proposed conditions on it. The toilet issue, entirely accept the points that are made, and there's no objection to a condition that attends to that, nor litter, both of which we proposed in the application. The accessibility point, we don't accept. The extent of this entire issue is 13% of the park. And no doubt there are a necessity for ongoing dialogue and so forth, but we don't accept that the park is unreasonably restricted. We don't accept the licensing objectives are undermined by that. And the ticket issue, which features in a number of the representations, about 2,000 tickets were given out last year. I think 712 alone by Festival Republic. If there is a suggestion that the groundswell of opinion in the locality is anti these events and this park conducting events, we simply don't accept that. I'm afraid there's an extensive statement from David Bowler which touches on.
That's 5 minutes, I'm afraid.
Thanks.
Okay. I'd like to explore the question of the management of external space. Obviously, it's we're talking about areas outside the licensable area, but we recognise that's not the responsibility of the license holder, but you're showing. Could you give us just a bit more meat on the bones of what you think you can do?
So I think it breaks into two parts. There's the national guidance, which I've quoted you about personal responsibility and so forth, but we have to work as best we are able. I appreciate the circumstances slightly odd this evening, but we have to work in harmony with our residents and our neighbours as best we're able. We don't fail to recognise that there is impact from our events. We need to strive to ensure that we minimise that impact at all times, because that's how one should operate. And so the reason that conditions about lavatories, about litter picking, which is the recommendation of the licensing authority contained in our papers, the engagement, the good advance notice of event activities and events and so forth, because that's how we should operate. There is nothing in the operation of this park and this license for us to say, oh, well, it's not our responsibility. We don't avoid that responsibility. We lean into that responsibility. Could we do more? I'm sure it's going to be said that we could. And is there an opportunity every year to say this could be improved, that could be improved? Certainly. If we just take as a very modest point, but it's a point obviously of some significance, the toilets need to be cleaned and emptied more often than was the case last year. It's a fair point, well made. There's no point pretending otherwise. We need to have lavatories, because we don't have lavatories on the access and egress points. You've seen a couple of photographs of people urinating in gardens or on the pavement. It's not acceptable. So yeah, we're not avoiding that responsibility, but there's, yeah.
Okay. Also, a significant portion of your oral submission is focusing on how the license hasn't been breached, and how relevant people have said it's been sort of managed correctly. But the applicant stressed in their submission that they're not arguing that the license is being breached. They're arguing that the license is insufficient, if I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Yeah.
So if you'd just like to respond to that.
So first of all, I'm bound to say, having read the application, that's not how I read the application. 350 pages. I didn't see within the application, if I missed it, I apologize, it's a repeated commentary saying we're not alleging that there's anything wrong with the license or the license conditions or the conduct of the licensees. That is not how I read the tone of the application. So the reason that we make the point in our written submissions about it not being breached, indeed, if I may say so, the reason I suspect why all of the three responsible authorities make the same point is to address that tone from the application. And within the new written submissions that were submitted yesterday, the applicants say, for the avoidance of doubt, the GE Resident Association reiterates that we are not alleging a breach of the existing license. Until I read that yesterday, I had not appreciated that that was likely to be the submission today. We had anticipated it was going to be said we were in breach. In a license review, it is commonplace. Indeed, it is exceptional not to be told that you're in breach of something. We felt it was important to address you on it. I appreciate that officers said that we're...
Okay, I'll rephrase my question.
Yes,
I'm not intending to criticize you, but I'm recognizing that what the applicant has said tonight is they feel that the license is insufficient, and I'm inviting you to respond on that point.
Fine. So
sorry, just before you do, and just a reminder, if anyone else with the right to speak wants to put questions through me to the chair, a reminder, there's a pen and paper there. Sorry, go on.
No, thank you. Forgive me. I get that point. We agree. And that's why we've served a document that sets out the conditions that we believe the licensing committee could give fair consideration to in modifying the conditions of the license. You've read it all, so I don't, I get the point about time. I can draw your attention to the various topics if you want me to. It's
just briefly, and it's appendix.
It's appendix F.
F, wasn't it?
Can I forgive me, I don't have the page number, I'm afraid.
Well, if you could just briefly lay it out.
If I take you by topic rather than by line detail, and then obviously, so the first condition that's proposed is there's a recategorization of events, small, medium, large, and special in terms of size, and that effectively finesses the existing condition number 2. Then we set out the number of events within those categories.
So I'm just going to
forgive me.
You. So, no, it's absolutely fine.
If it helps, and forgive me for holding it up, it's a sideways document if it helps.
Which topic? General conditions, communication, etc.
General conditions.
Okay.
I've just dealt with the top one, Councillor, which is the small, medium, large, special in black. And then I'm just moving on to the second section. So it's said that, well, you can see the change we're proposing. We're proposing 6 medium events. Currently license permits 20. We're proposing 14 large events. Currently license proposes 20. We're proposing 8 special events. And notwithstanding it was suggested we only have 4 similar events at the moment, you will see it says 8 on the next page. and the suggestion we only have 4 is respectfully incorrect. And then you'll see that it's proposed that the balance of the events would be permitted to be small, keeping effectively the 40 days that the license currently permits. So it's identical in terms of days. It's a recategorization of the types of days. Then, sir, it's there's a schedule to be provided to the authorities in a timely fashion, schedule to be provided to the residents in a timely fashion, details to be provided on the website. There's acoustic conditions proposed over the page with A-weighting conditions, 8 event days at 73, 8 at 70, and 8 at 65. At 65, you'll have heard is proposal from the applicants. Then there's 15-minute assessment, but I think perhaps that's a point that may be moot now, to be fair to the applicant. Then there's propagation tests. Well, you can see the conditions yourself, but there's what I would say is an extensive noise condition, and that's obviously supported by the report that's been provided. Then there's access and egress plan, much developed over the page 7 of that document, with security and stewarding monitoring behavior outside, individual events to be risk assessed for external monitoring, commentary about signage, contact telephone number for residents, dedicated resident liaison manager, dedicated resident liaison email address, all part of the, as well, the build and breakup parts. Then waste management is developed on page 9, toilet, sanitary facilities. The conditionality proposed is toilets will be cleaned and serviced regularly. It will no doubt fairly be said, well, we'd like a bit more clarity on that, and I take that now before it's even said. Then an incident log, commentary about glass, safeguarding, and then build and break between 8 and 8, which is, I hope, I've gone quickly I've gone quickly on purpose, but I hope that's all right. I
appreciate it. So I've been given a few questions. These two are not questions, they are statements. So if whoever put these up, if you want to resubmit it as a question, you're welcome to do. But we're not taking statements, taking questions. So this is not the time. If you continue to speak out, you'll be removed from the meeting. Not going to have it. So I've got a couple of questions here. First one says, you state that 75 decibels. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. You have inundated us with a lot of information as well, but I do feel there's some specifics that we've been missing from your presentation this evening. So I guess in order to understand whether this review is proportionate or not, let's have a look at lavatories. How frequently are they currently cleaned in the summer?
Through the chair, I cannot give you the specificity as was noted by the applicant. The WCs are placed by the individual organisers of events, and as such, given that we had, if I am correct, 5 different organisers of events, I would need to have collated 5 different cleaning schedules. That is not to say, however, councillor, that under the review of this licence, we would not set, as has been asked by the applicants, we would not set a minimum standard to those event organisers. So we will set a baseline for every event organiser in terms of what we expect their cleaning regime to be.
Is there a reason why this hasn't been done before?
Simply put, councillor, that it has not been brought to our attention as a significant problem, and therefore it has not been raised outside of this. Would you
not, as the host of these events and the license holder, would you not think it is responsible for you as the license holder to ensure that hygiene standards are maintained while events take place on your on the land?
Absolutely, councillor, and I would, in riposte to that, I would say that it is our standard practice to expect the highest standards from every event organizer, but as I said,
but you've never explicitly detailed that.
I'm unable at this point to give you their cleaning regimen, but we will introduce that as a baseline going forward.
Okay. Going on to litter picking. Again, what is your current litter picking regime when it comes to events as the licence holder?
The litter picking, again, is carried out by the event organisers rather than the CIC staff, and the litter picking is on a nightly basis. There is a first run after the events close, so that can be anything up to 1 a.m. in the morning. There is then a team that goes out during the course of ingress in the day and will attend to litter that is placed. There is, without doubt, Councillor, any instance where somebody could take a photograph of an overspilling bin. It is a moment in time, but they are cleaned regularly.
And
sorry, Councillor Giles, just for your next question, just need to, because we're approaching 8 o'clock.
Oh, yes, of course.
Just need to confirm members of the panel that are happy to extend the time of the meeting.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, please continue.
Thank you. And what is the circumference of your litter picking regime in regards to the locality of the event or the event space?
In broad terms, it would be applicable to the leafleting area. We give out about 7,500 letters to households surrounding the park. That catchment area is marked on plans supplied to the local authority, and our litter pick broadly mirrors that. There are instances where residents and or elected members will bring matters to our attention that may be outside of that, particularly around transport hubs. And if that is brought to our attention, we will instruct the event organisers to send a litter pick team to that area of stress.
What is your leaflet area? Could you list the roads, please?
No, Councillor, I can't, because there's 7,500 households, so I simply can't do that. It's around about a half a kilometre from the fence line.
So you're going back to my original question about circumference.
Yeah.
1.5 kilometres, half a kilometre. I think someone else was able to provide an answer to that. Were you?
It's 500 metres roughly from.
And your name is, sorry?
So Elizabeth Coningsby, Head of Commercial.
Okay. We'll make a record of that. So half a kilometre, and you can't provide a list of the roads?
Candidly, not off the top of my head, Councillor, no, I can't.
Is there a reason why that wasn't submitted as part of this information pack?
Well, candidly, nobody asked us, Councillor, until you did. It's not been challenged that we engage with 7,000. It's contained within our materials. Nobody came back to us and said, can you provide us with a list of streets?
And you don't think that's relevant to the litter picking and the complaints around, or the statements around waste as a result of events held at Gunnersbury Park?
I don't see that the list of the streets that comprise 500 metres from the event site is no, respectfully, I don't. The 500 metres, it would be clearly able to be established by looking at any map plan. The name of the individual streets that comprise that, no. Sorry.
And is that to the perimeter of the park, that 500 metres?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay. Going back to lavatories, are there any lavatories placed on the main pedestrian routes in and out of the park to public transport routes or public transport?
Yes, Councillor. Clearly, the placement of any portable WCs on the public highway has to be within discussion with the landholder. We have had, I will venture, we have had some challenges with TfL in securing permission to put toilets adjacent to the entrance exit of Acton Town Tube Station. Wherever we can get compliance and cooperation, we will put the loos there. It is not our intention to put loos in places where the landholder does not welcome their siting.
Over the last, well, let's just go with last year, how many did you put on ingress and egress routes into the park? Do you know?
Sorry, I think in the interest of time, and also we're sort of devolving into a bit of a cross-examination of the minutiae. I think we're mainly here to ask questions about the submission that they've made. Yeah. We still have a lot of speakers, so I know you've got a lot of questions. But
Chair, this was information that was missing from the report, so I wanted to get further clarification, especially seeing as the applicant did raise these as issues. So it is pertinent to the questioning
You could be mindful of time, and we have got a lot of speakers, and people want to get home tonight.
Yes, but perhaps my colleagues might like to ask some questions as well. We were talking about good advance notice. Could you please advise, or I'd like you to elaborate a little bit on what good advance notice means? It's very vague.
Yes, Councillor. So the condition is set out at Appendix F. It is page 3. It is headed Communication of Event Plans. It is 6 months to the local authority with numbers of events, numbers of event days, plan capacities, and allocated noise band for each event. Then changes to be notified as soon as reasonably practicable. And then on the website, no less than 3 months. And then individual communications to local residents, which we've already discussed, numbers about 7,000, no less than 2 months in advance of the first event.
And this isn't currently part of the license?
That's not. We've recognised the points that are raised in the application, and we've proposed to attend to those. And that's what we propose you give consideration to adding to the license.
How many days in a large event or special, how many days in a small, medium, large and special event?
It would depend, is the only answer. It could be 1, it could be 2, it could be 3.
So what, 1 for small, 2 would be considered a medium event, or is it purely based on population?
No. So page 2 of the same Appendix F document, general conditions. A small event is based on capacity, not the duration of the event. So it's up to 3,500 people. A medium is up to 10,000, large up to 20. Special.
So under this request, you could have a special event with 30,000, almost 30,000 people that could take place over 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, 3, I think, not 4.
So the maximum number of days for any of the events would be 3 days.
Yes, I think that's right.
The maximum duration of event, depending on the size, as we've said, could extend beyond 3 days. In an example, if we were to have, for example, a light trail, which at any one time would have no more than 3,000 attendees a day, we may in fact put a light trail up that could last a week, for example. So we will have some flexibility in terms of the reasonableness of the type of event and the attendances for it. But large scale events with the maximum capacity and the maximum volume, which I would note, Cancer, is offered at 73 dB, not 75, they would be 3 days.
Would you, so a special event that would be, or a large event, for example, like a light trail, would that also be considered a licensable activity in your mind? Would there be?
If there, we would look at the offer at hand. Most events such as that may well provide for a bar, for example. If that was the case, it would fall under this provision. Yes.
Okay. I did have another question, but it's completely escaped me. So if anybody else has any others.
Sorry, you mentioned that there will be an event, a dedicated resident liaison manager. Would they be employed by yourself or by the event holder?
They'll be employed by us.
So they'll be monitoring on your behalf for each event that takes place.
We will be employing a dedicated resident liaison officer. There will be one of our in-house Gunnersbury Park team, so they'll be working all year round in the park. They will know our residents. They will know the issues. They'll be working throughout the whole season. They will cover build and break periods in the museum. And then on event days, instead of the event organizer employing 3 people to run the phones, they'll employ 2. And our dedicated officer will be on site answering the phones. They will also have we've listened to concerns regarding a dedicated email address. And so we will have that. It will be events@gunnersburypark.org, and that will run through the whole season, and that will cover build and breaks. And that same officer will be there in the cabin on site, being able to answer the emails. But we still ask people to call the residence line as the first port of call. The email is only there as backup to show photos and things like that.
Perfect, thank you.
You go.
Right. So obviously, we've heard this evening that the events have grown year on year. So what improvements have you made over the past 7 years in regards to assuaging any of the concerns that residents may have?
Every year, at the end of the season and at the end of large events, there is a safety advisory group debrief with all of the safety advisory group officers. Those debriefs, I'm bound to say, have been generally positive, but they always raise issues that ask us to attend to X or Y. If you want me to give you a list, I don't have a list because there have obviously been a very significant number of safety advisory group debriefs over the years, but each safety advisory group debrief has involved some form of finesse, amend, correction, improvement each and every year. And it is not said to be inflammatory, this. That is likely to be true forever. All large-scale events at the end of a season, or indeed at the end of a large event, is likely to have some form of feedback of, we could look at this a bit better, we could improve this, we could improve that.
Great.
Councillor, through the chair, if I might just add to that, a headline I would stress: the licence, as has been pointed out, has a weighted 75 dB limit. Forgive me if this is inaccurate, but I think it is 3 years ago, we offered to the environmental health officers via a SAG that we would voluntarily reduce that to 73. So we have done that for the last 3 years. And that is, I have to say, a reaction to and us listening to the considerations of residents.
This is your final warning. I've told you several times not to speak out. I will get security to remove you. I want members of the public to be here. I will not tolerate disrupting. I will not tolerate disrupting this meeting. If you speak out again, I will ask security to remove you. This is your final warning.
So I'm going to follow up on that decibel limit point, not to what you said, but the applicant has requested that the decibel level for the high frequency to be limited to 65 decibels as it is at Hyde Park. Would that be acceptable to you?
No, Councillor. I invite you to just hear from our acoustic consultant. He can attend to the answer in a little more detail as to the why.
Thank you, Councillor. My name's Danny Fiumicelli. I'm an acoustic consultant with a company called RBA Acoustics. I'm appointed by Gunnersbury Park to audit the noise monitoring and management that's carried out by the noise consultants who are appointed by the individual event organisers. We're then all audited by the environmental health officer. That is a standard approach. That is typical for virtually every outdoor concert arena space across the UK. It's simply incorrect and wrong to say that the licence for Hyde Park has a limit of 65 decibels. It's in my report. It's in the detail. There is a license. There is a limit of 65, but it applies to medium-sized events. Effectively, it applies to the Winter Wonderland event that runs from November to the beginning of January, which has multiple but relatively small music elements to it. The overarching noise level limit at Hyde Park, as it is at Brockwell Park and Clapham Common, and is included in the licence for Finsbury Park, is 75 decibels. There is some confusion in the application about what which license limits apply to the various examples that they give. They just happen to then pick the lowest one of each of the limits that could apply to each of these parks.
Okay.
The current license is 75, and then for at least 3 years there's been a voluntary agreement to lower that to 73, and also a voluntary agreement to introduce a technical way of what I call capping the low frequency content, the bass content of modern music has been substantial for decades. There are certain genres of music that have a greater emphasis, but it's there in virtually everything. And what we've been doing voluntarily through the noise management plan, which is another requirement of the license condition, is we agree a limit of a target of 85 and an absolute limit, hard edge limit of 90. Now that's come about through, but we use a different kind of decibel. I'm sorry that I'm going to get into the acoustics of this. We use the C-weighted decibel. It basically is much more sensitive to the low frequency content. You have two sounds of the same volume, and you measure them with A weighting and C weighting. The C weighting value, where it's got low frequency content, the C weighted value will always be higher. That's why the C weighted number is higher. What we're offering here is 88 for 8 events a year, a lower value, 85 for another 8, and then 80 for another 8 days a year. So it's a graduated sort of hierarchy. The more events they are, the lower the levels drop, both in terms of the overall level, the A-weighted, but especially in terms of the low frequency base content. Now, I'm not going to say everybody's going to be happy about this, but this is a typical approach that's applied across many parks. It's been tested. The application actually provides a redundant link to a conference where I presented on this issue, and in my report, I actually provide an active link. So if you're that interested in going into the weeds of the decibels, you can read this. But it's an effective way of providing a limit to the overall.
Thank you. I think that's an answer.
Thank
to the
you.
question.
Sorry, I'm boring into this.
No. It's actually you've covered a couple of my other questions, so that's quite useful. Sorry, sir. At the beginning of your statement, you said you don't accept accessibility routes and access to space as being an issue of this, but we see that from photos that there have been fences put up that block access to benches and other parts of the park. Could you please elaborate as to why you don't accept accessibility to space?
Yeah, sorry, if I may have misarticulated, and if I did, I apologize. I don't accept that the accessibility issues undermine the licensing objectives, as no more than 13% of the park is impacted by this license. That's the simple fundamental point. Is there more fencing than some would like? I'm sure there is. Are we open to a dialogue and a discussion as to where that fencing is? Absolutely. And as you will see from the report of David Bowler as to the issues, we have, for example, introduced a crossing point last year that wasn't previously in place, following feedback that we had that it was inconvenient for us to have fencing in a particular position. But fundamentally what I say is I don't accept this is undermining the licensing objectives, which is what we're here to consider this evening. That said, can I add this caveat, please? That said, we are not here to simply say, oh, well, it's not undermining the licensing objectives, so we'll do what we want. We are very open to a discussion about finding a way that this has the least impact on residents. We are entirely open to a discussion on all of those points, whether with officers or residents direct. So I'm not wanting to be awkward. And if I appear to be so, I apologize.
No, it's fine. I appreciate clarification on that. With this new Appendix F, it seems as if you're asking for more event days than what is currently under the license.
No, that's wrong, I'm afraid. I know that's what was suggested, but if I appreciate that's what was suggested. Yeah. I'm not accusing you of suggesting it has to. If you look at the page 2 of the of Appendix F, you'll see the existing, and obviously the licenses are produced within the application bundle. You'll see condition number 3, and you can compare that with, on the left side, with the right-hand side. And I'm afraid we just don't accept that's an increase.
I'm just going to jump in quickly. I've got a lot of questions from residents. Some of them, people haven't written their names on them. So I've got these 3 which are going to pass back. If either of those are yours, please can you write your name on them for me to accept them? Sorry, go ahead.
So event days, yes, that's fine. And then I think this might be my final question. Oh no, 2 questions. So you say that 2,000 tickets that were given out last year. What proportion of total of the ticket sales did that amount to?
Oh, it's a small. It would be a small proportion. I mean, forgive me.
What, 1%, 2%?
I do know. 8% of attendees at our summer concert programme were from the boroughs of Ealing and Hounslow. The tickets were offered to our residents in that 500-metre radius of the park, and there's just under 7,000 letters given out. And of that, 2,000 tickets were offered, and for Festival Public alone, they received 568 applications for pairs of tickets.
Okay, so that's just to do. So when you talk about the summer festival program, is that all of your events that take place?
That's all the So that was
The
15. That was
concerts
15
and-
event days last
yeah.
year, from Pub in a Park to
Okay.
Waterworks.
That's fine. And then
May I offer this answer? It's a small percentage. I mean, that's
It's circa 1%.
would you be open to expanding that 1% as part of your?
Just forgive me for the slight legal formality. A number of the representations say that they are disappointed that there's not greater access to free tickets. It's a position of some discomfort in the context of a licensing application, if I may say so, that to make this about will we give away more free tickets. We are happy to work with our residents. We are wanting to engage. We're not wanting to be awkward, but having a condition that you'll give away a certain amount of free tickets, I respectfully invite you to reflect on whether that's an appropriate.
I didn't intimate that it would be a condition. I was asking the question because it may provide different insight.
In which case, answering the question, is it something open for discussion? Absolutely, Councillor. Yeah.
And then, do you provide any drug amnesty boxes along the route to access to the park or at the entrance of the festival site, licensed site?
There is a clear policy from the event organisers that the drug amnesty is at the point of ingress to the arena. We do not attempt that in the public highway. I don't think that would be practical, but at the point of entrance to the arena, there is bag search and there is the offer for amnesty. And if people candidly do not take advantage of that, I can reassure you that with the assistance of the police, individuals would not be permitted access to the event. So we're very clear about that, but we can't do it on the public highway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've got a number of questions. Just a clarification. I said at the beginning, questions can only come from people who are registered to speak. We have some people putting in questions, but they're not registered speakers. Therefore, I can't accept their questions. First question. The question was asked of the applicant, how many events are acceptable? Can the questions be asked of the licence holder, how many events are needed? The rationale that's been given is that Gunnersbury Park is unsustainable without the events. 2 events were needed in the first year. Why are dozens now needed?
Well, need is no consideration for the licensing committee, respectfully, but the condition that is proposed is a finesse, and we would suggest an improvement, and goes directly to the issues that are raised in the application as regards the existing condition. That's why there is a proposed condition. It's not about, or nor should it be a question of need. It's what are the issues raised in the application? May we assist in attending to them? We believe that's what the condition does.
I've got another one that says, in practice, most of the license issues are broken. I'm going to assume they mean objectives, aren't they? So you can give I'm expecting might be a short response.
I think I'll take opportunity to refer you specifically to the responsible authorities. I'd say don't take my word for it, and I suspect that some residents will not, but I'd invite you to take the conclusion that the responsible authorities may be relied upon to give a proper answer.
Are you referring back to the list you read out in your submission? Is that, councillors, are you happy you recall that?
Police, environmental health officer and licensing authority.
I do recall that. This question is, why have you proposed that event categories are all increased, e.g. up to, I can't quite read the number, but it's a large figure. So effectively, why are you moving for larger numbers?
So it's a misunderstanding of what we're proposing. We're not. If I refer you again to Appendix F, You can see what the existing conditions are. You're aware that the existing capacity is 29,999. We are, in fact, if anything, sorry. No, go ahead.
Sorry, please
No,
continue.
no, not at all. I completely understand. Anyway, I would say that we're not, and the conditions speak for themselves in Appendix F. That's the summary, but I appreciate time as a feature.
Just on conditions, obviously, as this review of the license, are you open to us making amendments, increasing conditions, or making additional conditions other than what have been stipulated or suggested? Or indeed removing any if need be?
Well, deal with that in stages. Obviously, it would be helpful and respectfully to obviously understand what those might be. We believe that we have fairly considered the application and those parts of the application that have been deemed to be relevant and sought to attend to those issues. If the view of the committee is, look, you've missed X or Y, then of course we're open to a discussion on that. If the secondary issues, the condition isn't as well drafted as we would like, and if I take the point about the lavatories, you might say, well, you haven't specified the cleaning schedule. I'll accept that point entirely. If it's something that's not featured as any part of this evening's discussion, I'd be a little bit less comfortable with that, but open to the discussion. I'm not blocking the discussion, but I would welcome the opportunity to offer some comment on that. And then the final thing is in terms of removing conditions. If the committee's view is that the conditions are, as is alleged in the application, unenforceable, then I understand that. But that has not. That's not been. Forgive me. That's not been our view, because ultimately, and it's in the submissions that we've sent in, we believe that the license was issued by this authority, by this committee, perfectly legitimately when it was issued. We'll accept that it may be a bit tired and in need of a refresh, but we don't accept the substance of the applicant's case that it's somehow an unenforceable license that can never be breached because it's so badly worded. I simply don't accept that could possibly be fairly said to be the case. That said, if you've got a particular condition that you think is awkward or difficult or insufficiently well worded, of course, we'd be open to a discussion on that.
Sorry, Peter. Pete, we need to ask the same question of you. Obviously, there have been suggested and volunteered conditions made as part of this process. Would you be happy to us adding, removing, amending conditions on this license?
Apologies. Yes, we would welcome several additional conditions to the thing, particularly around different areas that we've talked about previously. Removal, we would be probably worried about because we feel that it's already too loose a agreement, and we feel that one of the key reasons for us being here is that we feel that it is not fulfilling the purpose that it should do in terms of the four areas. So we would be probably against removal, but yes, broadly changing.
And just to follow up, do you agree with the proposed conditions that have been supplied by the license holder and their team?
I think it's safe to say no.
Okay, a few more questions from other parties. Is it correct that there were 2 stabbings last year and nearly 100 mobile phone thefts at festivals? I'm assuming that refers to festivals at Gunnersbury Park.
It is absolutely correct to say there was an incident at one of the events within the event arena where 2 individuals were harmed by a bladed instrument. I don't mean to be vague about it, but we don't have the police report saying a stabbing is.
1 second. Go on. So supplementary question is,
I'm-
would you consider knife amnesty boxes?
Oh,
But so please continue.
Yeah, so 2 individuals were injured by a bladed instrument. The police intervened. The individuals were attended to by medics on site and the ambulance service were called. It was highly unusual, deeply distressing for the other people who witnessed it. And what I can say is the event organizer, although they did full body searches within reason at the gate, we questioned how a bladed instrument could have gotten through. Their explanations for it were not satisfactory, and we have been very clear to say to that event organizer, they will not come to Gunnersbury Park again. So I've taken decisive action. We're not having that level of looseness around security. It was a tragic event, no loss of life, they were injured, but it's just not acceptable and they're not coming back.
Thank you. And
yes, is the
100
answer.
mobile phone thefts?
The knife amnesty, that's a yes.
In terms of the mobile phone thefts, we were made aware on a call with officers of the Metropolitan Police that a very significant number of phone thefts apparently took place within one of the event weekends. We were not made aware of that at the time. I was made aware of that around about 4 weeks ago, which would be some 6+ months after the event. Of course, that is unacceptable, but we would seek to work with the police because these phone thefts were outside of the arena. So again, they are in the public domain.
Outside of, do you mean outside of the licensable area?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you confirm that at the Chiswick Area Forum in July 2023, you suggested that decibel monitoring would be done over a rolling 5-minute period, not 15 minutes?
I don't recall saying that. What I can confirm, Councillor Chair, is that during the course of one of our event seasons, discussions were held with environmental health officers around 5 versus 15 minutes. And those discussions were satisfactorily remedied with the environmental health officer. The 15-minute average is the standard.
How much sound monitoring has taken place outside the park and at what distance, how often, and at what points of the events?
If I may answer, sir. The license has on it 7 specific monitoring points on residential streets around the park. There is a further 8th voluntary monitoring point that's agreed through the noise management plan that's submitted to the environmental health officer for approval at their request. Those locations are monitored on a regular basis. The noise is continuously monitored on site at the control point, at the mixing desk, what's called the front of house. And the correlation between the 8 monitoring locations is established. What we usually find is that 1, possibly 2 locations are what I call critical control points. You manage the noise levels on site, so the noise levels off site are below the limits or the agreed targets within the noise management plan, which are lower than the limits on the license. You automatically, all the other monitoring locations are below the limits and the agreed targets. We then have the facility to visit complainants if they wishes to. If they contact there's a staffed hotline that people can call. People are asked if they would like a visit. Quite often they don't, but we will then visit the vicinity of where that complaint comes from. I've done this, and I've found myself in the area where the residents association is. I've also found myself up to 4.5 kilometres away, kind of, to be frank, straining to hear anything. There does seem to be this is really common. It's not unusual. I audit the noise monitoring, for example, at Brockwell Park and Clapham Common, and it's quite common that we will have complaints received from quite a distance, a number of kilometres, and it's usually a reflection of the issues other than the noise that may mean people are not suitably bothered that they complain. When you actually go and investigate these complaints, it's inevitably that you are often some way below any sort of limit.
Thank
So we
you.
tend to focus on the immediate vicinity because that's where the potential for the greatest
Thank
impact.
you.
Sorry, sir.
No worries.
If I make one very quick point, it's in the report from RBA, but there's also just reference to how on external monitoring, the officers may well bump into the local authority who themselves are doing the external monitoring, but not with, but as an additional overlay.
Thank you. So I am mindful of time. We have a lot more speakers, over an hour of speakers to get through. Are you aware that the BST Hyde Park license specifically limits to 65 decibels from sensitive locations such as schools, playgrounds, etc.? Are you aware that 73 dB this year alone has generated over 600 complaints?
The first part of that question, sir, is just simply wrong. There is no specific provision for schools or anything else that was the list that you provided. There are noise limits set at noise-sensitive premises. What happens to the noise management plan at Gunnersbury Park is if an event is taking place during a school term, they carefully manage the event so that the loudest noise levels occur after the school day is finished. Soho House in particular goes to the trouble of contacting the two schools that are near the perimeter, the International School to the west and then the Larnell Road North, I think, primary to the
I'm just going to stop because that question was specifically about Hyde Park. That's okay. Are you aware that 73 decibels this year alone has generated over 600 complaints?
Well, it isn't 73 decibels everywhere. It can get close to 73 decibels at one or two very specific locations.
I'm going to reinterpret this comment with permission. Are you aware that the current operation and the sound levels have generated over 600 complaints? Do you accept that reinterpretation?
The short answer is yes, but if I may, sir, those complaints come from a very wide area, and they represent. I mean, a number of those complaints are the same person on the same day, or the same person ringing for every event. The distribution of these events these complaints is very wide. But it actually represents a very small proportion of the total number of people, the tens of thousands of people who probably hear this. It's less than 10% of the 7,000 people who are directly contacted within 500 metres of the park and invited, canvassed for a complaint.
Thank you. I've got 4 more questions from residents, and then we've got over an hour's worth of other speakers. You state that 75 decibels is a norm. However, the POP code suggests this is for purpose-built venue. Are you aware of this? Park A's at 65 dB? Park limits at 65 dB.
Just respectful of the time, I know that you can be given a very comprehensive response, but in the report from RBA, there is about 2 pages on the POP code. And without in any way being disrespectful to the significance of the question, we've set out our thoughts on that POP code within the materials that are in front of the committee in some length. If you want an oral answer, of course, Danny will give you one.
Yeah, we do have that in the documentation. Thank you. Your 13% of the park being fenced off figure, does this include just the main area? Because Crank Brother, for example, fenced off the lake bins benches.
The 13% is drawn from the necessary planning applications we are required to submit to the local authority to hold events. The 13% is approximate, but it is the steel shield contained arena area. So that's the arena where the licensable activity takes place. Councillors, I will offer that on ingress and egress, i.e. event day, as we've accepted, there are a number of fenced ingress and egress routes. If you were to count up the meterage enclosed by those fenced routes to ensure safe management of 20,000 people, it will exceed at the point of ingress and egress on the event day, it will exceed 13%. But the area that is not available to residents, i.e. is behind an arena shield, that is 13%, and we have to put that in our planning apps.
How many tickets were there in total? I'm assuming this is the tickets given to residents.
2,000. I think it's set out in the report of David
Yeah,
Bowler
so,
that attends to the issues within the application.
Sorry, it's how many event tickets in total were sold over the course of the summer
So how many tickets
in total?
for
So
all
what's
total
2,000
events?
a proportion of? You know, is it 100,000, 200,000?
Well,
Around about 200,000, Chair.
Around about 200,000. Who can have a ticket? Is it any Ealing Hounslow resident?
I think there's an application system. The dialogue is traditionally with the what we're calling the 500-meter radius, 7,000 locations. I don't want to say that nobody outside of that would be prohibited from applying nor being given tickets, but it's predominantly directed at those residents.
The proposal is being submitted now, but do you recognise that these conditions, unlike the Our Resident Association request, have not been consulted on and would likely attract opposition?
No, I don't accept that. I accept that they may attract opposition from the residents, but with respect, attracting opposition is not to determine whether they're good proposals or not. There was extensive discussion about an application for variation in the autumn of last year. The review application was then submitted. Obviously, the application for the variation then ceased because there was a review to contend with. The dialogue had only been with the responsible authorities, not extended to residents because the dialogue hadn't concluded. But I don't accept that the proposed conditions, notwithstanding, I grant you that the applicant answered the question of the councillor a couple of minutes ago, but I don't accept that they would necessarily attract opposition. Some of them might, but there seems to be a perception, it's a question your colleague asked a minute ago about extending the days and so forth. You can read the conditions for yourself. There is respectfully some misunderstanding about what we are proposing. It's in black and white. When the committee retire, they can see for themselves whether we are extending or not.
That's a fair point. Okay, councillors, do you have any more questions? Okay, that's all the relevant questions I have from the other parties. We've been going on a while, so I'm going to allow a 5-minute comfort break. Then we'll come back in here and we're going to hear from the other parties. So the meeting will be adjourned for 5 minutes. Well, we now move to the submission from responsible authorities. I'm going to invite Charlie to speak first. You have 5 minutes. Your time begins when you start.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Hennessy. I'm a licensing enforcement officer for the London Borough of Hounslow. I don't have anything further to add than what's already put in my statement, so I'll just draw your eyes to a few bits I've mentioned in my statement. As a licensing enforcement officer, I've had regular engagement with Gunnersbury CIC and all operators who occupy the site for outdoor events, authorised under the premises licence. During this time, we have maintained a positive and constructive working relationship with the licence holders, ensuring that the 4 licensing objectives are upheld at all times. During events at Gunnersbury Park, my role requires me to work alongside Metropolitan Police, trading standards and environmental health. Since August 2023, collectively we carry out full licensing inspections throughout the duration of outdoor events, whilst there has been an offer of licensable activities. The inspections of the licensed area are undertaken to ensure that all individuals involved in the operation of the event are aware of their responsibilities under the license and authorizations in place and the conditions attached to the premises license. The licensing authority works to ensure that there are no breaches relating to the licensing conditions or authorization within the licensed area. Over the years, licensing enforcement have encountered very few issues within the licensed footprint. Where concerns have arisen, our close productive partnerships with the organisers have enabled us to resolve matters quickly and effectively with minimal disruption. In addition to inspections within the licensed premises, the various enforcement teams routinely patrol the surrounding footprint and public highway to ensure there are no street trading offences, such as unauthorised alcohol sales or unlicensed trading pitches. We have dealt with numerous instances of traders setting up illegally on the highway to sell various items, and where necessary, we have taken enforcement action to ensure they are moved on or their goods seized. It should be noted that no street trading offences have been attributed to Gunnersbury Park CIC or the various event organisers. While the licensing authority is aware of issues experienced by residents and others outside of the licensed area, such as antisocial behaviour, we remain confident that within the licensed footprint, all 4 licensing objectives continue to be promoted and upheld. It has been noted that during some events, there has been an accumulation of litter on the external footprint of Gunnersbury Park. Therefore, the licensing authority feel there should be conditions imposed to ensure regular litter patrols of the external area during all events held under the premises licence H01288.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions, members?
Charlie, are you happy with what the licence currently states?
I think it's fair to say that the licence, there are some conditions which do lack a bit of transparency with regards to some wording. Some of the wording there being sufficient. What sufficient may be interpreted by others would be considered different to, say, myself and other enforcement officers.
So just for clarity, it's like any condition that has reference to sufficient.
Correct.
Okay.
For conditions, we like the wording must or shall.
Okay. Complaint, we've heard tonight that complaints have increased. What is the impact on the borough as the licensing authority and your role within that?
Sorry, in what sense do you mean?
Has your job gotten busier as a result of complaints coming out of Gunnersbury Park?
I think it's fair to say the workload has increased since my involvement within Gunnersbury Park being since 2023.
Yeah. And are you able to enforce and undertake your role properly in regards to enforcing the conditions with your current resources?
Current resources, as you're aware, is very minimal. It is just myself as the enforcement officer for the borough. However, I do remain confident that any conditions that could be potentially at breach or other authorizations, I am confident in the fact that I'm able to deal with it in a timely manner.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hi, Stephen Wonders, Senior Principal Regulatory Officer on the Borough Hounslow Environment Health. My submission is obviously on record and largely There's not really much to add to that, and I'm not going to go to the bother of reading it out because I think most people would have already read that at this point. There are some areas to sort of clarify, and particularly in regards to requests that have been made from the applicant, one of which was surrounding monitoring outside of the park, and it's just to clarify that that is already undertaken. I think Danny from Gunnersbury side had clarified what the monitoring regime is. There are already extensive monitoring in external areas of the park near residential premises. One of the proposals made within my submission is actually to add a further level of robustness to that by having 4 fixed continuous monitoring stations for the larger events. So that is adding another layer of protection from a residential perspective that will allow necessary adjustments on site if there are anything that is approaching sounds that could be considered as getting anywhere near breaching license conditions. Just to clarify also regarding complaint numbers, I know complaint numbers have been labelled at 600 this year. Complaints to the local authority were actually 311. Obviously, I think the 600 number also includes complaints that would have been received by the event organisers, and obviously there would have been some duplications across those as well. So just to provide some context to that particular number. Yeah, and again, obviously, the discussions have been ongoing as part of a normal process of refinement and addressing any issues that would have arisen both through the SAG process, but also subsequently with regards to the proposed licence variation from Gunnersbury Park CIC themselves, and that has been fed into my representation.
Thank you. I've got a question, and forgive me if you can't reference it. In a submission from the residents, they have a device that is measuring decibels. It wasn't referred to in the oral representation from the license holder, but in their written representation, they challenged the efficacy of these. I believe you said it's an item for £24.99 off from Amazon.
So we did, and I think the other point of significance is it appeared to be being used within the event site, and the noise on the event site's not the issue. The event off-site's the issue. Could you just comment on the type of instrumentation you use, the cost, the calibration, the process?
Yeah.
A short answer, if possible.
No, absolutely. The device that within the picture would be considered a generic and very cheap device, which wouldn't have the relevant level of calibration. The license requires type 2 calibration meters to be used. The council actually use type 1 calibration, which is higher specification. They are independently calibrated. The microphones on those every 2 years with regards to the UK testing standard agency, and they work within a very fine area of measurement.
And what's the approximate cost for one of those devices?
Well, I've actually just commissioned the cost just to buy 3 meters, and that costs £24,000
for 3 devices. Yeah. Any other questions?
Stephen, I'm going to ask you the same questions I asked Charlie. So, are you happy with what the current license states?
I think, as Charlie alluded to, and as obviously from the discussions we've had through the variation process, there are certain conditions that could be refined and improved. The fact that obviously the license, as it states, has a limit of 75 decibels. The proposed limit is to impose and formalize the already voluntary reduction that there is for bringing that down to 73, and also to impose some lower banded levels. There is also a specificity with regards to the low frequency noise, which isn't contained within the existing license, and as has been spoken on regarding the content of that within most music levels now, and actually having a means of specifying what that should be and what target levels on that are is important going forward. And also the fact that we've actually brought the level of the differential between the A and C weighting down from the initial proposal of 20 decibels to 15.
Right. Just for ease, could you advise what those numbers are, or refer to them in the pack so that we can...
So the bandings would be 73 dBA, and that would then equate to 88 dBc over a 15-minute LEQ. The second banding is 70 dBA and equating to an 85 dBc, and again over a 15-minute. And the band 3 would be 65 and at 80 dBc over a 15-minute LEQ.
Great, thank you. So you also referred to complaints. What's the impact on your function within this?
I mean, obviously, higher complaint numbers mean that there is a greater draw on resources from the local authorities' perspective. We obviously liaise with the event organisers with regards to their response, and it would not be practicable to get round to every one of those complaints during the course of an event, particularly if we're going to be undertaking measurements over a 15-minute period. However, there is a targeting of those where risk rating wise, you look at those that are obviously where you're potentially getting the largest volume of complaints, and you would target your visits on those accordingly.
So again, can those ambitions be enforced with your current resources?
Would always like more resources in that regard. I think we have a team with a limited number of people within it, but we have always maintained an effective on-site presence to ensure that the relevant oversight is provided to what is requested through the license.
Great. And if we were minded to introduce monitoring at noise-sensitive locations, would that be something that we as an authority would be able to monitor and enforce?
We do already undertake monitoring at noise-sensitive locations, so that is part of the locations that are already defined within the noise management plans that are provided, but we're always open to add additional ones to those if there is a specific evidence need to do so.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Just quite simply, in your professional opinion, is the current noise levels and the noise assessment provided satisfactory to the regulations?
Yes, I mean, the limits that there are proposed and have been operated to on the site previously are within what would be normal expected for event sizes of this type. Yeah.
Sorry, Stephen, just coming back. You said 15 minutes would be the monitoring time.
Yeah.
The applicant has requested that be reduced to 5. In your experience, is that sustainable and is that sufficient? Or possible? Sorry.
I mean, it's entirely possible, but generally 15 minutes is what would be is across all events pretty much throughout the UK and further afield is the measurement period, because that allows a sufficient sound will fluctuate during the period of that. So actually what you're doing is you're trying to get an average period over a sustained period of time, which would show what is a representative sound level coming from the site. So actually it is better to have a longer averaging period in that regard, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Stephen, the license holder has talked about is there ongoing commitment to improvement. They employed a licensing consultant to review and make recommendations for a new premises license. And this was then paused in light of the review. The panel has that in Appendix F. I assume you've been involved in that. And are there any other conditions that you think should be added to the proposed ones in Appendix F?
I think those that are in Appendix F are representative of the discussions that have been had throughout that time period and would generally address the areas of concern that have been raised previously, or reinforcing, shall we say, some of the weaknesses that there may be or contained.
Sorry to cut across you. Do you think there are any additional conditions apart from those in Appendix F as provided by the license holder?
Not from my perspective, no.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to now hear from other parties, which is mostly residents. I'm going to ask the second person on my list, which is Pam Case, to come and take a seat here, just so we can smoothly move through you all. As again, you have 5 minutes and your time starts when you begin speaking. So Marie, when... Oh. Sorry.
Marie first.
Yeah. Sorry, Pam. So you will go second, and then when Marie's finished, I'm going to replace her, not literally. So if you could take us, Pam. Oh, she's getting her notes. She's getting her notes. Yeah. So we're just going to stack you up so we can move through quickly. So Marie, when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Mary Rabowance, Chair of the West Chiswick and Gunnersbury Society, and our streets are more than 500 metres away, but we are very impacted. I want to talk about public nuisance. The only issue I want to talk about is noise. And we know that there are no breaches, but that's the point. The limits as they are too high in our consideration. In the very short time I've had to look at things like Appendix F, I think the new proposed limits or conditions are moving in the right direction, but I don't think they go far enough. A good thing is talking about event days rather than events. It's good to we're talking about the number of days. But for example, band 1, I would like to see 8 event days reduced to 5 or 6. That's what I would consider reasonable at band 1. Band 2, you can keep your 8, and band 3. But how these bands fit in with the size, and I asked the question which was answered incorrectly. It's in these documents here. It's page 40 of your agenda documents. They have doubled the size of, for example, large events. Currently, large events go up to 10,000. The proposal is they start at 10,000 and go to 19,999. I'm quoting from these documents here. But there's a very specific point I want to make. 2 issues. One, complaints. There is such a thing as complaint fatigue, and the number of complaints don't represent the number of problems. But when you don't have any real-time mitigation, people just get tired of making complaints. But I have a very specific point, and the need for another monitoring point. I think a critical control point should be in Silver Crescent, which it backs onto the Chiswick Business Park, because we get sound in stereo. So sometimes it sounds like the noise is coming from the business park. It's actually from Gunnersbury Park being reflected. And I have drawn that to people's attention, but as I say, nothing is mitigated. So Silver Crescent, I don't know how, it's probably over 1 kilometre away. It needs to be added as one of the monitoring points. And all these need to be in real time. I read somewhere that they could have proxy monitoring points within the park. There is no way a proxy monitoring point is going to pick up the very peculiar acoustic environment. It's a Victorian terrace, and even with double glazing, and I'm not putting my hand on the window, but sitting in my room with double glazing, the sound is just incredibly invasive, such that I can't read, I can't listen to anything else. And when that goes on several weekends a year. So if you're not prepared to reduce the sound levels, then you have to reduce the number of events at those high sounds. And reducing from 75 to 73, I don't know. And I do understand the difference between DBA and DBC, and I understand why you have the 2 measurements and what the difference is. So and I understand why you do it for 15 minutes, but all I'm saying is if you truly are complying with those limits are too high, because I can't sit in my garden, I can't invite friends, I can't sit in my house. Am I meant to leave home? Okay, you give advance warning. Is that so we can leave home for the weekend? It's just unreasonable. And I have to say that I am somebody who got very involved with the regeneration of the park. And in fact, the CIC's name is partly down to my suggestion that we should be working towards this year of all years to celebrate the centenary of the park as a public park. That's why it's called CIC 2026. I use the park a lot. I park run in it. I visit it very regularly. It's a beautiful park. I understand we have to earn income, but really it needs a much wider look, not just Gunnersbury Park. How can we find the money? Can we hypothecate from council tax or from SIL.
30 seconds.
We need to find a way to fund the maintenance. You get the money for capital, we understand, but there has to be a balance between the impact on local residents who are users of the park as well, and the need to raise income. Thank you.
Mari, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with these limits. You're talking about 73 not being enough. What would be sufficient? And I'm very conscious you're not.
Thank you. Well, I'm not a sound engineer. I can't put a figure on it. All I'm saying is at the current limits, where I am over certainly more than 500 meters away, I think it's particularly when the stage is facing, I know the idea you face it over the cemetery because the residents of the cemetery aren't too bothered, but it crosses the cemetery, it goes between the gaps of the buildings in Power Road, it hits where I live and, you know, other people, and it hits the big glass and steel buildings of the business park and comes back at us. So it is really high. And, you know, I've got nothing wrong with people enjoying music, and whether it's my kind of music or not is not the issue. It's just the sheer decibel level of it. But I can't put a figure on it. I mean, it would be nice to have an experiment, go and reduce it to 65 or 60 and see whether we can hear it. But you need to monitor it where we live, not at the perimeter of the park.
Thank you. Can I invite Lawrence Peters to come and take Mari's chair? And Pam Case, you have 5 minutes. The time begins when you start talking.
Well, I just came really to make a personal statement to give you an idea of what it's like to live there. And I live near Acton Town on the estate, so I'm as far away from the park as possible. And obviously this person here has just described it to you. We can't open the windows, we can't sit in the garden. There's some, you know, I mean, it's all been said. That's what main thing I came to say. Plus the rubbish afterwards has been discussed, the drugs. The only extra thing I've got to add is that because we're near a small green space, which after the event has finished, gets used by people who are still partying. And that's right opposite. Woman across the road has got 3 kids who can't sleep. And, you know, if you count 80-year-olds as second childhood, then the affecting children applies to me and my partner, who happens to have very, very acute hearing. So he gets very distressed. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you for your submission. So if you could turn the mic off and then invite Neil Richardson up to take your place. Lawrence, you have 5 minutes. Your time starts when you begin talking.
Well, I didn't think I was going to be called to make a verbal submission, but generally, the real problem is that no concern seems to be given to the local population. I mean, we understand fully about the need to raise revenue, but there is the park. Originally, the ideas of the park was as open spaces for people to enjoy themselves, to be able to come and have open air activities. And the restrictions for a third of the year of movement in the park and sound levels which are disturbing people for this period of time, I mean, people's concerns must be taken into account, because in fact, the park is a park and entertainment venue, but over the years, in the last 7 or 8 years, it's been turned into an entertainment centre and a park. but the park, the idea of the park should be predominant. So all I'm saying is that concern must be given to the local populace, and if there's enough statements that 600 people are concerned about noise, this is a tip of the iceberg. Not everybody complains. In fact, there are lots of people who, because of complaint fatigue, or generally, they just don't bother because they feel that there's no reason, no value in complaining because their complaints aren't listened to. So 600 people complaining about noise has to be addressed, and to lower the levels from 75 to 73 dBs is 2 dBs is not a big change. The controls have to be implemented. You're talking about licensing. We as the local population feel that within the whole fabric of the license, even as it is at the moment, not much of it is adhered to. That it's broken in many ways, and the quality. One of the biggest problems is the quality of marshalling. Not enough money is spent. There's plenty of profit. You've just talked about 200,000 tickets at £60 each. That's £12 million. And within the framework of that sort of income, greater effort should be made to have a better quality of marshalling and concern about the local environment.
Thank you. I've got a question from Councillor Giles.
Hi, Lawrence. You say no concern has been given to local residents. What would it look like for the licence holder to give you due concern?
Well, to listen to what local residents have to say, and if in fact the number of complaints are growing, if the number of problems is increasing, then that should indicate to the license holder that he is creating a growing problem. If we don't stop it now, it will continually grow. And this brings, although I shouldn't mention it, this brings me to the fact that it will continually grow.
I think that's a sufficient answer to the question.
And if a 10-year license is granted, I am very worried about what will happen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I can ask, forgive me if I pronounce the surname wrong, Stephen Perez to replace Lawrence. Neil, you have 5 minutes. Your time starts when you start talking.
I'm Neil Richardson. I'm representing Gunnersbury Drive Residents Association. These events have a significant and very negative impact on the residents of Gunnersbury Drive, which sits opposite the park main entrance. And the Licence Committee needs to bear in mind the following points. Numbers. A small street like ours cannot really cope with events where there are 30,000 people. The public nuisance is considerable and numbers should be capped and access better managed. Criminal activity and social nuisance. The events bring with them drug dealing, noise pollution, littering, urinating in gardens. Residents have to be barricaded in to prevent our drives becoming public toilets. There needs to be better policing on the street. Traffic overload, illegal parking, random taxi drop-offs and pickups are rife on our street. Despite their best efforts, the event stewards are powerless to cope with the more aggressive attendees and taxi drivers. Despite promises to tackle this measures are inadequate. Please ask the licensing to use your licensing powers to keep the event smaller and improve traffic and footfall management. The well-being of the local community should be paramount and isn't.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you very much. And can I invite Kareem Daniels to come up and take your place? And a gentle reminder, considering the large volume of speakers, I appreciate those who haven't used their full 5 minutes. but we're also trying to avoid duplication of points. If we've heard a point, we have taken it on board. If we hear it again, it doesn't make us take it more seriously, but feel free to do a quick agree with those points, but try to avoid too much duplication. Stephen, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Stephen Pierce. I've been a resident of the estate all my life, and I'm the chair of the ward policing panel. And since the festival started, there's been an absolute flood of crime, and it has happened throughout the estate. So it started with the Love Box when we had a drug dealing gang move into the service road. And I do appreciate that it may be difficult to have the level of awareness and depth of detail that I have, because people speak to me very frequently, residents, but I also work very, very closely with the police. I was nominated to become the chair by Sergeant O'Donnell, who is the sergeant for Brentford East and for Chiswick Gunnersbury now. And the level of detail I have may be more than you may be aware of, and I appreciate that. So I would welcome questions from the panel after this. This, as I mentioned, I brought up here, this is a photo of my parents. And on the night of the waterworks 2 years ago, 3 men with swords broke into my mother's house, which is, this is my mother on this side. They entered the house after crowbarring the door open. And the reason they were able to do that, according to the detective...
Sorry, just to stop you, I'm going to pause your time. Okay. Technically, you're not allowed to introduce anything new. Sure. I recognise you wrote about this in your submission.
I did.
But we can't accept the photograph. Sorry, that's,
right, okay,
a very pedantic point, but just want to make sure everything's done correctly.
No problem at all.
I've paused your time and I'll restart it when you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. 3 men with swords crowbarred her front window open. The detective said the reason why that was possible was because the noise was so loud from the Waterworks Festival. They entered the house, ran upstairs. That's the first thing she heard, them running upstairs, not the crowbarring. When they were inside her bedroom, they took her and threw her to the floor, took her jewelry box, smashed it on the floor. Whilst that was happening, 2 of the men held swords to her throat. When the detective came, we asked the detective, is it possible that they may have chosen the night of the waterworks to commit this very, very serious crime, violence against women and girls? And the detective said, yes, it's very likely, and asked, did they have a car? And so we said, no, they didn't have a car. We didn't see any car. And why? Because they disappear into the crowd. So what you have is a hidden story, and that's just one aspect, and I appreciate I only have 5 minutes. I would very much welcome questions from the panel regarding the wide array of crime that I have seen on the estate linked to the festivals. I would very much appreciate that opportunity.
Well, you've got another 2.5 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm happy to cede that because I appreciate there are other people who want to speak. If you want to ask questions, please go ahead.
So obviously crime is a very serious thing, and violent crime very serious as well. You'll be aware that generally speaking, the responsibility for the license holder or the licensed premises is to maintain the licensing objectives within their licensable area. You're talking about something that is happening outside the licensable area, although I very much appreciate your drawing a causal link between the licensed event and the crime. What would you say to the assertion that that's a responsibility, especially as the ward panel chair, that's a responsibility for the police who are aware of these issues, as you stated, and that's the appropriate mitigation for issues like this?
Yes, I'd very much like to touch on that point. So Sergeant O'Donnell, who is the sergeant for our area, has submitted a written statement, I believe, to the licensing panel regarding that question. I'm going to touch on 3 or 4 of the questions around that, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. The first one was related to the stabbing, the double stabbing at the Crank Brothers festival. One of the issues that Sergeant O'Donnell and I am going to try and convey his points, and I hope you'll excuse me for doing that. I have given you a personal story, and I'm happy to give you a couple more personal stories related to crime. But
So the question I'm asking is
Yeah.
the distinction between the responsibility of the license holder within the licensed premises
Yeah.
and events that occur outside of that, that's the responsibility of the police, just that on that distinction.
Yes, and on that, the sergeant has asked for help from a central reserve, a central police reserve. That's known, I think we all know that as MI6. And if MI6 are coming to help police crime in the park, and that's what the sergeant has requested, and that should be in a statement to you, then there is a problem with crime. And that crime problem, unfortunately, doesn't recognize the council's licensed boundaries, and in fact it impacts the community around the licensed boundary. So there's undoubtedly a causal link. In addition, regarding the Crank Brothers festival, the double stabbing that I mentioned, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, I'll finish that point. Thank you. The sergeant expressed a serious concern about emergency vehicle access, and mentioned that the ambulances just couldn't get into the site fast enough. That's a major concern. So whilst that is within the licensed premises, it is also related to the outside.
Could you please direct us to where this is in the paper? Because I haven't seen his representation within this documentation. He did state at the Chiswick Area Forum that I said earlier that he had written to the application, but I don't see it within our paperwork. So I'm not entirely sure whether we're introducing new information at this point.
Perhaps, Andrew, do you think you could see if you could locate that for us? We don't need it straight away, but I suppose for our deliberations after, if we could just try and come across that.
So
I might be able to help the
if it
councillor
helps.
with that,
Sorry.
if that's okay.
If
Could I
it
help the councillor with that? Is that okay? Yeah. I think the story about my parents and the three men with swords who
We've got,
appeared in her bedroom
I've read
is
that.
definitely part
We've got
of
that. The question is,
that was on the night of the waterworks. So I appreciate that.
just hold on a second.
Yeah.
The question was regarding the submission from Sergeant O'Donnell.
Yes, that should be. I understand that.
Do you know?
Submission
Do you know
is-
where that is in the document
Has-
pack?
I don't know where it is in the document
Okay,
pack.
so we're going to just put Andrew. Have you found it?
No, obviously the representations that you have, the responsible authority representation was the one that is in the pack, and that's the only one that we've been able to find. No, it may have been submitted under the planning side of things.
Okay. Yes. Well, would it be? I mean, seeing as okay, because crime is, the most important thing. Okay. Yes, crime is the most important thing for residents, and I think I do work with the international school that the gentleman mentioned, and I think the mobile phone theft is, their students. It affects children. The drug dealing in the service roads that I've seen affects children because a lot of the children are being dealed too.
Okay, I'm going to stop you just
Yeah,
because you're now duplicating points that have been made.
Sure.
But I think are we satisfied we've heard and had answers to our questions.
I want to ask him that police would, just as chair of police ward panel, that he's.
I do. So I just would invite you just to perhaps take a little advice on a cross-check of the representation against some of the materials that's been said, just to ensure that that's fairly developing what's been said in the original representation, and those parts that couldn't fairly be said to develop the representation, I'll be asking you to discount.
Happy to provide crime reference numbers.
Stephen, in relation to your role as the ward police chair, ward police panel chair, this is about a safer neighbourhood policing and prioritisation of local resources. How long have you been chair?
I have chaired it twice now, and I'm now going to become the
So
chair
less for a
going
year?
forward.
Less than a year?
Less than a year.
Okay. And it wasn't over the summer?
It was last year as well.
So when did you take the chair role?
I've taken the chair now, as in going forward, and I've chaired it once this year, and I've been a ward panel member.
Yeah. So when
for
did your
longer.
role as chair start?
When did it start? It started at the last ward panel meeting.
Which was when?
About a month ago.
Okay.
No, 3 months ago.
So you were a member of the ward panel prior
Yes.
to that. As a ward panel member, you have the
Yes.
opportunity to direct resources and
Yes.
set out priorities within that. When did you join the panel?
That would have been more than a year ago, and I have been working very closely with the Safer Neighbourhood team for many years. And in fact, particularly
Okay, that's fine. So it's
after-
over a year
okay,
ago.
yeah, sure.
When you joined over a year ago, you get the crime stats. Have you seen those crime
have.
stats increase as a result? Direct correlation, because correlation does not equal causation.
Yeah.
As a direct correlation to the events, could that be marked within your ward stats?
I have seen ward stats which indicate that Gunnersbury Park, when you include the sports hub, is one of the highest crime areas for a park in the borough.
That's not the question.
not the question,
Can you
yeah.
please answer the question?
Okay, I'm not sure what the question was, if you wouldn't mind repeating.
Have you seen a direct increase in the reported number of crimes as
I
a
haven't checked previous values, so I
as a
couldn't say
result
that.
of your
Okay.
place
So
on the
that's
panel?
that's a no.
That's
a no.
fine. That's all we need then.
Okay. Thank you very much. And can I ask that you are replaced by Nicholas Greeny? I hope I've pronounced that right. Kareem, very happy to see you still here. Very happy you've got your 5 minutes.
Thank you. To avoid repetition, I've edited my statement. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Kareem Daniels. I have lived on Lionel Road for over 30 years. During this time, I and the Gunnersbury Park neighbours have always
Sorry, Kareem, can
supported.
I pause you for a second? I'm
Sure.
going to pause your time or allow you to start from the beginning. Is Nicholas Greeny here?
He's left.
He's left. Is Chris...
I'm told. I don't know him, but I've been told.
Well, he doesn't appear to be here. Is Christopher Johnson here? Christopher, if you could come and take your seat. Kareem, do you want to start from the beginning? Sure. Again, I'll reset your time and it will begin when you begin speaking.
To avoid repetition, I'll make this quick, sir. I have lived on Lionel Road North for over 30 years. During this time, I and the Gunnersbury Park neighbours have always supported Gunnersbury CIC in everything they do. I speak for the majority of the neighbours when I say we are not anti-festival. I repeat, we are not anti-festival whatsoever. In fact, we would like more events. We want more family-friendly events. That'll be much more welcoming for this community. We are not anti-festival, but the decision that you will make will affect hundreds of thousands of local people who have through Brentford, Gunnersbury, Acton and Chiswick. The decision boils down to the level of the noise. It is unbearable in my house. I live directly opposite Gunnersbury Park. I have suffered for the last 2 years what I can only describe as vibration sickness. That bass coming through. I have complained to the noise people many times. They do respond quite quickly, but a lot of it, I don't think they're taking it seriously. I've given up complaining to the CIC because it just gets washed away. And we've complained for years and years and years. We so support Gunnersbury CIC in everything they do. We fundraisers for them. We litter pick for them. But this proposed level of noise is totally unacceptable. And if you decide yes, it's going to affect hundreds of thousands of people locally. These mega raves don't just bring extremely loud levels of music and antisocial behaviour, plus public disorder, open air drug dealing, damage to property, phone thefts, and even more drugs is now out of control. When each festival finishes, the crimes do not. I observe open air drug dealing, stickers that are plastered everywhere so people can scan and get their menu. It is out of control. when these festivals are out of the loudest, oh, there's repetition, sorry, yeah. Yeah, I just repetition, sorry, yeah.
Take
Thank
your
you.
time. You've got 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you.
Appreciate you ruling out the repetition.
Thank you.
Take your time.
The amount of crime, drug dealing, and antisocial behaviour, which has been well documented, I honestly believe you are being shielded from. I don't know why you're being shielded from it. The true figures are horrifying. You know, it's well documented. About if you've got any questions or any doubts about the drug problem in Gunnersbury Park, can I steer you towards BBC Panorama? BBC Panorama, they did a documentary on Gunnersbury Park and the drugs they're letting in. It's out, it's 2 years old, it's out of control. And I do believe they're coming back to do another follow-up. BBC Panorama. This whole community suffers extremely when each festival is on. Clay Ponds Hospital is a stone throw away from Gunnersbury Park. I've been a nurse for over 30 odd years and the patients suffer desperately. Has anybody from the CIC ever come to them, commented to them, or asked them for their opinion? They haven't even been informed. So this perimeter that they say that they put in, I'm sorry, I think that's for the birds a lot of the time. You know, I live on Lionel Road. I'm directly affected by everything. Yeah. Okay, the noise. So I live in the London Borough of Hounslow. If I walk back to the back of my garden, I'm in the London Borough of Ealing. If you go into Stirling Place, which is a low-level housing accommodation, the noise bounces and it is unbearable. It is really, really, really bad. We need more noise monitoring points, not just static points, and independent, not paid by the festival owners or the CIC, independent. You know, we're in a small group of people.
30 seconds.
We're trying to do the best that we can to clarify. We are not anti-festival. We just want, please, the noise level to be reduced, and we want more festivals. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question. So you've complained about the noise to Hounslow Council. Did they offer to come and measure the sound in your? Oh, yeah, if you could pop the mic on.
Yes, they did, sir.
Just so this is being live streamed, so everyone can hear your very important points. Did they offer to come and measure the sound in your property?
Yes, the garden.
The garden. Can you just tell me what arose because of that?
They said it barely, just under the limit. But if you live locally, what happens at these festivals? They turn the bass up and the music up, you know, for these really good tunes, and then it comes down again. You know, all I want is just the lower of the music to be lowered. My elderly neighbour suffers from dementia really badly, as well as the patients in the hospital, which is a stone throw away. They don't give a hoot about them. My neighbour's so distressed when these festivals are on, sir.
Thank you. I feel my question is answered.
Kareem, thank you so much for your very emotive statement. You mentioned the vibration sickness. So what is the impact on your property when?
So the windows, you can see them vibrating. It's not just me, there's many neighbours, not just me. And the windows start to shake after a while. So that's on the outside. Internally, when I'm I can't open the windows in the summer. I can sit in the back garden when it's a low festival day. But what I've got a defibrillator and a pacemaker planted inside me, and I can just feel the boom, 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 boom. And then I feel nauseous all weekend, and I've got a headache. It has a serious impact, not just on me, but on many of my neighbours. And it's never been addressed. Yeah. Never, ever, ever been addressed.
Yeah. And you mentioned you're a nurse. Do you work night shifts?
Yes.
So, like on festival days, you may have to sleep during the day.
Yes. Yeah.
And is your sleep interrupted at that time?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
Earlier we heard about. So, just to clarify, Lionel Road backs directly onto Gunnersbury Park.
It does. Yeah.
Does your house back onto
it?
Okay, so you're in that
directly affected by everything.
Great. And earlier we heard that there are toilets that get lined up against the back
Yeah.
of Lionel Road.
Yeah.
Does that also impact you?
It's just the smell.
And what does it smell like?
It smells disgusting.
Yeah.
It smells like feces. The problem is, it's not when they suction it out, but a lot of these toilets are in really bad state.
Yeah.
They jet wash them out at the end, and they tip all that onto the grass. The majority of solids are sucked out, but they jet wash the whole cubicle, and it's just tipped out. And the whole park will, so a good part of the park will smell for such a long time. Even these big Bowsers were overspilling in the park.
And by such a long time, do you mean for 2-3 days?
Weeks.
After an event?
After the event, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So not only are you unable to sit in your gardens because of or sit in your houses with the windows open, especially during a heat wave.
Yeah. On the big event days.
Yeah.
Loud. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we all experienced a lot of that last year.
Yeah.
But you can't open your windows because of the smell that you're.
I wouldn't say I can't open the window, but
you
if
can't sit in
when
your
you walk past
garden
that
or-
park, yeah. When you walk in that bit of the park, it really stinks. You can smell human feces.
Okay.
Really badly. Really badly.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your.
Okay, thank you. And if you could take a seat and be replaced with Councillor Biddulph. Replaced sounds a bit macabre. I should find a better way of framing it. Now, on the list of speakers, I have Councillor Biddulph as the last speaker. Your name, sir? Ian Sanderson. Yes, Ian, if you'd like to come up.
Might I cede my place so Ian can go first? I'm sure it won't disrupt. I just want to make sure that I don't cover things that people have covered.
Yeah, that's fine.
Please.
If you could turn your mic off, please, Christopher.
I prefer to stand. Can I stand? No.
Yeah, you can. Just make sure the mic.
Well, I'm not told. Testing. Good evening. Shall I carry on? All right. It should be about 3 minutes. Yeah. I'm a resident of Heathfield Court block of flats, which is a vibrant community of 74 households located between Chiswick Town Hall and the post office. We are a microcosm of London, multicultural, multi-generational, and home to many young families, children, babies, and pets. I'm here today because history is repeating itself. In the 1980s, our lives were made a misery by unmanaged noise on Turnham Green Common in front of our block of flats. It took years of correspondence and a hard-fought battle, finally involving the local government ombudsman, and we reached an informal settlement together with Hounslow Council, who have actually been since the, which was an agreement that banned all amplified sound from the green because we're so close, small events and big events. And they also have an officer who manages events, and during the, when the fun fairs are there, they're actually in place controlling the placement of things like generators and so on away from the block of flats. So I was a party to that, so I know a little bit about noise nuisance because eventually we actually proved statutory noise nuisance. We employed professional people to do that for us. So what I can say is that ever since obviously the agreement was finalised in the year 2000, is that Hounslow Council has been a model manager of that agreement, and they have really enforced the agreement, and they continue to do so. And obviously this has greatly improved the quality of our residents' lives and in fact people in.
I'm going to have to ask you to focus not on events in the past, but the
Okay.
review we're looking at today.
Well, last year, live music from Gunnersbury Park, which is nearly 1.5 miles away, penetrated my double-glazed windows as if they weren't there. To test the scale of this nuisance, I walked towards Hammersmith, even as far as King Street, and which is over 4 miles away from Gunnersbury Park, and the bass was still thumping away. I don't know how you measure that in decibels, but you know, it's quite something. Now, I would say that this isn't just a loud party, it's statutory nuisance on a grand scale. Based on the 2021 census data, this catchment area affects approximately 125,850 residents across Chiswick, Acton, Brentford, Ealing and Kew, compared to the 25,000 attendees at these concerts. We're allowing the recreational volume of a small minority to dictate the lives of over 120,000 people. I reviewed the thorough documentation from the Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate Residents Association. They're quite rightly fed up. They're now prepared to follow the same path we took 20 years ago and appeal to the local government ombudsman. To avoid this, we need 4 common sense actions. Lower noise limits capped at 65 decibels as per pop code recommendation. Strict enforcement. Council officers must have immediate authority to dial down the volume or shut an event for non-compliance. Management accountability. The apparent failure of the Gunnersbury Estate CIC to manage these events calls their competence into question, despite a very able solicitor. Right. And Hounslow has proven competent officers, has
30 seconds.
Competent officers who can manage events directly. Why outsource to a company that is failing the community? Under the Environmental Protection Act 1990, the council retains the ultimate responsibility for noise nuisance, regardless of third-party management. And you have, as I say, been the model for us at Heathfield Court for 2 decades. I appeal to this panel to show the same leadership now. Please enact the measures necessary.
Thank you. That's 5 minutes.
And devastating effects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if you could take your seat to make space for Councillor Biddulph.
I think first out the gate, I'm happy to confirm it is an umbrella. Good evening, members. My name's Christopher Johnson. I've lived in Princes Avenue for just over 20 years. So I've been there through the entire evolution of the first festivals that we had, if my memory doesn't fail me, around 2014, 2015. The point I ask you to focus on is this. This review was brought because the current licence, as demonstrated by the manifest evidence, both submitted written but also verbally, has evidentially not protected residents in the way it's supposed to. Potentially because it's difficult to enforce, potentially because of the levels that are being set. All of that is for the committee to consider. And the reason for saying that is the lawyers for Gunnersbury Park CIC have themselves, if what was said earlier is the case, were already proposing changes to the license in the good direction before it became apparent that this license review was going to be requested by the Residents Association, which is effectively an admission that the present model isn't working in some way, perhaps driven by the number of complaints. Others will cover and have covered the fact that residents weren't consulted on the changes. I won't go into that. My own submission, which I recognise is included in the pack in Appendix C, explains why confidence is so low. From my own perspective, I have some experience in sound, which we won't go into. I have my own Class 2. It wasn't £24 from Amazon. I think it was a couple of hundred. It's calibrated often. I won't eat into my time, but we can maybe interact with Stephen, not least because I know I can buy Class 1s for about £3,000. So if you're spending 20 grand on 3, I'll talk to your procurement department. What I mentioned within my submission, though, and this is, I think, a very important point, and again, I'd like Stephen to keep me honest on this, is through a number of freedom of information requests, or EIR requests as they became last year, to request the raw noise monitoring data in order to compare with my own readings, it became apparent that, in fact, the authority doesn't have access to this. It's been described how the event organisers through the CIC engage with a private company. My understanding through the responses to my freedom of information requests is that summary data is provided, and I was provided with some graphs showing here's the noise, here's the roof, we didn't hit it, didn't we do well? However, if the raw data is not available to the authority, then I'm not sure that that allows the proper independent scrutiny that would answer so many of the questions that's come up this evening. How long do I have left?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to try to dance through some of the things that I've heard come up. Briefly then, so setup has been come up a couple of times, setup for the actual the events. And this for me sheds light on what I think is basically at the core of this. Gunnersbury Park is there as a amenity for the residents, and the surrounding area is there as residence for the residents. And a lot of the issues that are being encountered it's not set up for that. That's why barriers have to be erected. That's why portaloos have to be put up. That's why there has to be extra policing, etc. If you go to Wembley, for example, for anyone who has been, there's an entire sort of colonnade between the public transport and where the actual event is. And that's because that is an appropriate event for these sort of things. And you're making a square peg fit a round hole in trying with the licensing. As my time's running out, I'll just finish with saying
20 seconds.
Yeah. I think what I would encourage, please, the committee to consider is, given the issues that have been described, is it even possible for licensing, despite all the best intentions of putting
That's 5
people
minutes.
on? Thank you. For this to go, basically to go forwards.
Thank you. I'm going to direct a question towards Stephen. Stephen, a couple of assertions made there. I'd just like you to comment on them if that's all right.
Chair, what specifically did you want me to clarify? Sorry.
So, namely the question around a lack of raw data being accessible.
Raw data is accessible, as in we can look at the data that is produced on the day. I think what's being referred to is what is produced as part of the post-event reporting, which is a summary data that is presented, which is part of a license.
So you're saying that you have access to the raw data?
We can exchange data with consultants live during an event. Yeah.
If you excuse me, on your own machines, or can you shoulder surf and look at what they're doing?
So questions need to come through the chair. But just hold on. So you're saying you have access to the raw data. The resident is saying he requested the raw data and that wasn't made available to him. Is there a reason for that?
No, the raw data is not presented as part of the post-event reporting system. They would present summary data. A request has been made for the raw data, and that has now been obtained and will be provided as part of that request that was actually made. Yeah.
Any questions?
Yes, sorry, if I may, Chair. I
Ye-
probably
yeah.
have to offer a slight apology to, it wasn't until you said your name earlier on, has been the recipient of, I think belatedly, a number of my FOI requests, and when they were already now attached to an investigation by the Information Commissioner's Office, because that data wasn't presented.
No, but it's been requested and has been obtained since and will be being
Okay.
Okay, question from Councillor Giles.
Yeah, thank you. Christopher, sorry, I felt like you were making a point. Could you please just summarise what that last piece was? Because, I just don't.
Absolutely, no, and I thank you for it. In summary, what I'm asking is it even possible, given the issues that we've heard and the constraints of the fact of trying to fit festivals into all the things we know about, for no matter what constraints are put onto the new polished license, if that's what's being proposed, and if we accept the fact that, oh, it will really work this time, because it patently hasn't with all the complaints previously, is it even possible to marry up an appropriate license with all the best efforts of the CIC, with the Portaloos and everything else they might do, and arrive at something which is acceptable and enforceable? Not least because, if I can finish, the majority of the issues actually happen outside of the control of the bounds of the park.
No,
Thank you very much. Councillor Biddulph.
Thank you, Chair. Before you start your timer, I need to make a declaration. I live in the Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate opposite the park. I'm a member of the Residents' Association that has brought this licence review. However, I have not been involved in any way in compiling the review. I do, however, support it, as I have said in my representation. Okay, now to the 5 minutes. I will be making 3 main points: the impact of festivals, the CIC's proposed conditions, because they might sound beguilingly concessionary, but they aren't, and the overall problem. First, the impact of festivals. Meeting residents over the last few months, I've been shocked by how many more have been badly affected by festivals. They are angry on the doorsteps in roads I have not had complaints from before. The full impact of these festivals is far greater than the CIC says. These festivals have been the single biggest issue for me as a councillor since 2018, when Lovebox Citadel burst into residents' eardrums, shaking sofas and rattling doors, pictures and windows. My summers have been dominated by complaints, including late at night, from nearby and over 2 miles away into Hammersmith and Ealing. Please do not see this review as applying only to residents who live close to the park. This misunderstands how sound and vibrations travel. Some aspects have got worse. Consultation and feedback meetings limit residents' input such that they think, what's the point? Somebody mentioned fatigue earlier. It's not that, it's what's the point. An absence of comments might appear to the CIC as acceptance, but in fact it means unexpressed fury, despair, and pointlessness. At the Chiswick Area Forum last July, the CEO said he understood, at long last, I thought, that he needs to communicate more and to more people. Great. But he hasn't done it. A couple of weeks later, residents and councillors learned indirectly that the CIC had applied for a 10-year blanket planning application. No communication took place, not more, and not with more people. It's not surprising that so many residents feel so angry. Promises made are not implemented. Next, the proposed conditions. First, as others have said, there's realism in the community. I only know of a few people who want no events. The point is how many, how loud, and how often. It must be fewer, lower, and less. Yet they're asking for more. Instead, the CIC's riposte makes small events larger and louder. This is outrageous, given the review is about too many, too large, too loud. Comparison with Trafalgar Square, for example, is a distraction. 6 to 8 days in other parks should be the comparison. Decibel levels, the CIC stresses that the licence has not been breached. Whether breached or not, and others have said this as well, current decibel levels are unacceptable, and the base as well. The licence must recognise that Gunnersbury Park is at the heart of a residential area. Decibel levels must be reduced, and I agree with the 65 cap that has been raised before. In terms of the monitoring periods, the proposal to measure sound over rolling 15-minute periods reverses the change that was suggested by the CIC at the June 2023 Chiswick Area Forum, that levels would be measured over rolling 5-minute periods. That must be a condition. The monitoring sites more needed to be added, as others have said. So Princess Avenue, Silver Crescent have been mentioned, Gunnersbury Avenue might be another one, and in Ealing. Heard some shocking news tonight, where bounce back from hard buildings means residents experience the sound from multiple, not just in stereo, multiple directions. And the lower frequencies must be suppressed. We've had some of it, we think, but we don't know, because the thumping and vibrations this year existed. They hadn't a year before. So something has changed. I think its promises made are not being kept. So greater protection is needed. Loos. The CIC's proposal to put them on routes to transport, which is what happened in 2018, is not acceptable. Residents have first-hand experience of the awfulness of Portaloo. Somebody else has mentioned the stench. They must not be anywhere on a residential road, and the locations should not be agreed with the SAG, with SAG, but with councillors and residents. They know what the impacts are. I've suggested trialling sound barriers. Other festivals do this. Why can't we put measures in place, including sound barrier screens, to see if that reduces the sound impact? They can be trialed and dependent on resident feedback. 3-day events has been poo-pooed by the CIC, but it's a huge impact. They have a huge impact
30
locally.
seconds.
Thank you. Unless the CIC can guarantee that 3-day events will include at least one barely audible event, and that happened this year, as residents will remember, there was one day when we didn't know the festival was on because it was quiet, gentle, and acceptable for this sort of area. Unless that can be guaranteed, these should not be allowed. So overall, the sound level and the thumping and vibrations from low frequencies are unacceptable. Enforcement is enforcing, but the levels it is enforcing are wrong. That's the point.
That's 5 minutes.
Okay,
Thank
my
you.
final point.
Any questions, Councillor Biddulph?
Councillor Biddulph, could you iterate your final point in 30 seconds or less?
Yes, I can. It's very sad to say it, but it is that trust in the CIC, as I say in my report, is at an all-time low. We've had years of unfulfilled promises, and I have no confidence that the CIC's new list of conditions, which are audacious, will be any different.
Just to follow up on that trust point, and I was going to ask it earlier, what could the licence holder do to restore trust in the from the local community?
They've been unable to do it since 2018, despite promises. You know, David, you said you should communicate with more people.
If you could just
more
respond
often.
to Councillor
Sorry.
Giles, please.
It doesn't happen. We get fine words and we get promises and we don't get action. The real thing is to reduce the decibel levels, to reduce the number of events until trust is rebuilt, and to reduce the way they impact on the community, bringing in better loo management and all the other issues that I've raised. That's the only way to win trust. Nothing that's been said tonight has won any more trust back. I think I've heard words like fobbing off from the audience in response to questions, and that does not build trust.
And I've also got, does the CIC need to increase its comms with local residents, communications with local residents?
Absolutely, and I've been trying, and again, David will know this, I've talked about them having a liaison manager. One was appointed, and then it was rescinded. Festival organisers had their own. They don't seem to appear anymore. Communications, the letter got a bit better, then it got a bit worse. The timing of the letter isn't good. The feedback meetings aren't made to be receptive. There's so many endemic problems. It's as if there is an antithesis, I don't know if that's the right word, a loathing of wanting to hear from residents.
Thank you. That's a sufficient answer. Okay, thank you. If you could both leave that seat and allow the applicant to return. I will now invite both the applicant and the licence holder to make any final comments. But please note, you cannot raise any new points at this stage, only summarise. Oh, yeah, last one first. Yeah. We're going to let the license holder go first. You're the applicant. Oh. Can allow up to 3 minutes for your summary. You may not need it.
So I'd like more than that, please. We have had 5 minutes to address you in its entirety at the start of the day, to which I was held quite fairly. And we've had an hour of the commentary. I'm not trying to make us late. We're late enough. But
how much time are you asking?
5. And of course, I would extend that courtesy to the applicant. I'm not trying to get an advantage here. They can have that.
Yes, I will. I'll allow you 5 minutes. I'll also allow the applicant 5 minutes. They may not need to take it, but I'll leave that up to them.
So the starting point for this licensing review is that there's no breach of the license conditions at all. That's been confirmed by the applicant and has been touched on in the papers, particularly the ones received yesterday, as though it was a surprise that we were even concerned that that was being suggested. And your licensing authority officer, in answer directly to the question of your colleague today, said all 4 licensing objectives are promoted and upheld. That is the context in which this licensing review is being considered. And I think it's very important, respectfully, that that is considered throughout your later deliberations. We then go to Environmental Health Office, both in questions and indeed in response to some of the assertions made and the representation. Noise levels are delivered. Noise levels are legitimate. There's no enforcement action suggesting public nuisance or statutory nuisance, as I think someone raised earlier today. And they suggest that we have 8 days at configured levels, which are beneath the existing 75 permission, to have 8 at 73, 8 at 70, and 8 at 65. That is a very significant diminution indeed. And the suggestion that that's an expansion or a development, I'm afraid, well, I'll leave you to deliberate upon later. And that includes the inclusion now of base levels, not previously included, about which we've heard significant amount, and it includes the addition of 4 fixed monitoring points. The police say the event is very well run and say that the police say that the event is very well run. And if I need to quote the representation, I happily will. And I do invite your attention to paragraph 912 of the National Guidance, which says that the police particularly and officers are the experts here. So you're being invited to conclude the experts are all wrong. That's essentially the fundamentals of this. And I also ask you to consider carefully paragraph 2.26 of the National Guidance, which talks about antisocial behavior outside of the immediate area being a matter of personal responsibility. We do not avoid that responsibility, we lean into it. But I do ask you to consider the National Guidance. And we have touched on lavatories, litter, external management. The Safety Advisory Group, we are told by the councillor, shouldn't be consulting on the issue of lavatories. That should be left to councillors and residents. The document that was produced a day or 2 ago says there are procedural concerns, there are procedural fairness concerns, there's a lack of transparency, there's a lack of recreational space, there's complaints about the police, criticism of the responsible authorities. I do ask you to frame your deliberations in that context. I appreciate, of course, that we're all going to be working with one another going forward, but there is a degree to which the applicant can fairly say they have put their shoulder to the wheel. It may well be said they need to put more of their shoulder to the wheel, and that's been said this evening, and it has been accepted. That's why we have proposed conditions, and the conditions, to be clear, attend to all of the issues. If you turn to the last representation within the pack supporting the application, that's Councillor Biddulph's review. No 3-day events. We don't agree with that for the reasons that have been given. Vehicles, generators, lighting and staff must be considerate of residents. agreed and proposed. More locations to be added to the noise monitoring points, agreed and proposed. Monitoring to include the low frequencies, agreed and proposed. Policing to be increased, matter for the police, shame they're not here, but there's no resistance to that from us at all. Marshalling steward to be consistent at fixed locations, proposed and agreed. Lose in need of far greater numbers, more locations with better signage, proposed and agreed. Traffic and parking disruption is a problem. We are seeking to manage it, but respectfully, that is a matter with the local authority as much as anything else. Complaints phone line, complaints email address, sound impact reducing measures, feedback events,
30 seconds.
better dialogue, all proposed and agreed. We have attended to everything that has been put to us. And the suggestion that we have not is frankly unfair and wrong. The applicants and their supporters say, we're not a sound engineer, we're not an expert. We have an expert, you have an expert. I invite you to consider carefully the expertise in the room.
Thank you very much. 5 minutes on the dot. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. I won't take 5 minutes. I don't have too much more to add. I think a lot of what people have said in the room shows our position and how we feel. I'd like to thank you, first of all, for your time today. And whilst we're slightly disappointed that time constraints meant that we couldn't necessarily ask as many questions as we were like directly, it's clear from the other speakers that the current events and the license is not working for local residents. The current way that is set up has a detrimental impact on their quality of life. So whilst they may be complying with the license as it currently stands, what we are saying is that current standard is having a negative impact on people, both in terms of crime, disorder, nuisance, all those things. It's a shame the police aren't here. The local policemen, there is ample evidence of increased crime directly relating to the thing, and the attitude of the park has been that's not within the
Just
park.
caution you to make sure you're not inserting new evidence or assertions, but keep going.
I'm repeating what others have said, so is that okay? Yeah, it's got to be my own. Okay. In conclusion, we basically want the license to be amended to be lower noise, stricter enforcement, better crowd management, not just in the park, but in the surrounding areas of people that are directly impacted by this all summer. It's interesting, we talk about the number of days and that sort of stuff. This happens over a compressed time. This is not over an entire 12-month period. This always tends to happen just in July and August. There are some events outside of that, but that's when the majority of them, simply because that's when the good weather is. It's difficult to have an outdoor event. So it's all very well saying that you have these events, but that compressed timeline, it hasn't been really mentioned or looked into. So I just wanted to raise that as well. And then just to finish with, I think the passion and love that people have for the park is genuine. People love the park. People move to the area for the park, and they want the park to succeed. We want them to be successful. We want them to carry on as they are. But it can't be at any price. You know, even well-run events are having an unacceptable impact on residents. And that's why we want to have the license reviewed. Is that short enough?
Thank you very much. I'm going to assume you're not clapping for my excellent chairing, but right. So thank you to everyone who has contributed tonight. I'd just like to say I'm aware that this is an issue that people feel very strongly about. I've done my best to let everyone speak, but to do so in a timely manner. And I'd like to reassure people that as well as their oral submissions, I have spent a lot, and my colleagues too, have spent a lot of time reading hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of submission. Some I reread twice to understand them. I've cancelled family events and plans. I don't expect a medal for that. That's what I think I should be doing as a panel member. But I just want to assure people that the submissions have been looked at in great detail by this panel and have been augmented well by your submissions tonight. And that goes for all the submissions. I would now like to invite our legal advisor to clarify the procedure for the making of the decision and what options are open to us as the licensing panel.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll be inviting the Chair to bring this meeting to a close so they can go to deliberation and consider what decision they want to make. As summarised at the beginning of the meeting, the options available to the to the panel are to refuse the application and make no decision at all, to modify the conditions of the licence, to exclude a licensable activity from the scope of the licence, to remove the designated premises supervisor, to suspend the licence for a period not exceeding 3 months, or to revoke the licence. So those are the decisions. They will go into deliberation, and a written copy of their decision will be made available within 5 working days. So with that said, I turn back to the chair and ask him to conclude the meeting and go and deliberate the decision with his fellow panel members.
Thank you. That concludes this section of the meeting. We will stay with the legal advisor to make that decision. You are therefore free to leave the meeting, and the sooner you do it, the sooner we can make our decision. Thank you very much.